because I'm not him. I'm not him.
Okay.
Hello?
So the religion.
That's how I separate from him. I'm not him.
So
Hello?
who decides what the religion means?
Who is Uncle Steve?
You decide, or he decides.
For me, I decide.
Okay.
I'm the final. I'm the Ben. I'm the final decision maker when it comes to my life. Don't you agree? I mean, I have a choice.
Maybe so.
You've said that. Maybe you said that many times.
How would I know if I'm part of your religion or not? If I don't
Do you
know
not believe I am the final decision maker of my life?
Maybe I do, but more particularly, you seem to be the final decision maker of what it means to be Jewish. So I just was asking the final decision
No. Well, then you've got it all wrong, pal. I am not the final. No. Let me get this out. I am not the final decision maker in what it means to be Jewish. I'm the final decision maker.
Would you agree that the rabbi is?
I'm going to give you 60 seconds.
Well, it seems that the rabbi is an expert. And if I have you on record saying experts are important. They tell us what we know, right? So we refer to the expert to understand what it means, what Judaism means. Here's a rabbi. He is giving the expert. He has given a description of what Judaism means, and now you're rejecting that expert opinion. So I just want to know where are you coherent here? It seems to me the only coherent answer is that you simply agree with him by virtue of sharing his religion. And this is why I would prefer that you just say goodbye to your religion, Steve. It's not a big deal. You already don't believe it. Why don't you just say goodbye to it?
Thank you, Benjamin. I appreciate that. Oh, I thought he was finished. I thought he was finished. My humble apologies. Sometime. You know what? It speaks for itself. I don't... Marshall, pleasure to have you with the green butthole on the show again. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I'll mention one thing. The Mortal Republic, written by Ed Watts, who Scott is a friend of, says the very last thing that failed the Roman Republic, and we're a republic, so we should look to other republics for examples. The thing that failed the Roman Republic was not always greed, it wasn't always power, it wasn't always venality. It was good people saw the problems and did nothing. Regardless of whether they didn't think they were effective or they think they couldn't do anything, the bottom line was no one got off their behind to save their own country. And as a consequence, the country dissipated.
Well, thank you. We'll go to Mega in a moment, or Mesa. No. You know, in the George Floyd case, where Derek Chauvin put his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes, and George Floyd died, there was a trial, a criminal trial. The officer was, I believe, tried for second-degree murder and found guilty. There were experts on both sides, both medical doctors. One expert said that he died because of a knee being put on his neck against a curb for 9 minutes. The other expert said, nope, that didn't kill him. It was a fentanyl overdose. Well, both experts can't be right. One has to be right, and one has to be wrong. Who decided in that particular case? It was the jury. In my case, whether or not I should leave my religion, which I have belonged to for over 65 years, just because one expert comes out and says something completely idiotic and stupid, that the Goyim are here to serve the Jews, when I don't know how many other thousands of experts would disagree with him. Of course, Ben is relying on the one expert and apparently refuses to acknowledge the thousands of other experts that I presume disagree. What does that tell you about Ben's ability to be a critical thinker. I'm assuming he's sincere. I'm assuming he believes what he says. And in this particular instance, I will go out on a limb on this particular instance and say that, well, quite frankly, Ben, your critical thinking skills fucking suck in this particular case. It's almost like you brought up, Ben, yesterday, the 7 CEOs of tobacco. And I told you my understanding is they literally had they performed 100 studies on whether or not tobacco causes cancer. 99 of the studies from experts says yes, it does. Yet the 7 dwarfs, when they appeared before Congress about 30 years ago, relied on one study that said it didn't. So you're going to rely on one rabbi and completely ignore the thousands of other rabbis? Well, that's idiocy. Let's go to Richard. Richard, would you like to say goodbye? Richard going once. Richard going twice. Goodbye. Come back. Richard, thank you. Let's go to Alfonso, who's quite often with the fan band. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye?
Bye.
Alfonso going once. There we go. Alfonso. Hi, would you like to say goodbye?
For the show as usual.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. To address
Great
our
fucking
good
show,
friend Ben.
Steve.
Yes. Was I too hard on him?
There's
Was I too hard on him?
I think I'm even harder on him sometimes. And the thing is that there's
It makes for good educational entertainment, I'll tell you that,
Yeah, but it turns into a fixation. For me, it is entertainment, but not educational, because you end up entertaining a fixation in the attacking of people. In the
or the persecution of people or a group based on the Google definition. Yeah.
Yeah, there is that. There is a fixation and an insistence in. It's not hatred, because I think what Pro said was relevant. That
I think what Pro said was not only relevant, it was spot on. Yeah.
Yeah, that he brings something to the table, but I think when you've spent
Yes, he does.
when you've spent 50 hours with him, it becomes repetitive and not productive anymore. And it's just it gets to a point where, for me, I want to move on. I want to learn. I don't want to just be criticized. And so if people say don't do it vertically, I think when you attack someone's identity, like you being Jewish or something, whether you're an atheist or not, it is a personal attack. It is an aggression, right? Even if you say it, in a quiet, calm, passive-aggressive manner, it is an aggression, and it's and some of us have a lot of tolerance for that. But when I moderate a room, that is really not welcome, because I want people to share ideas, and once they've shared and they've put their thoughts through, if they haven't been taken in as something that they feel is something they want to change or they want to deal with, I think it gets to a point where you have to just move on and let it slide and get into a more productive conversation. And that's, I think, what I try to avoid. And the reason Benjamin won't last more than 10, 20 minutes in my rooms, because it is a fixation, an unhealthy fixation, at least for the health of the room and the environment that I create in my rooms.
Hello?
With that said, I haven't been running many rooms lately, and I probably won't be running many rooms in the future. because I have a lot going on in real life, and I am enjoying IRL much more than Clubhouse.
Good for you.
I'll still
Good
be
for you.
around. I'll be in. Yeah, I'll still be coming in.
Yeah, I'll be back.
So,
You're always gonna
it's
be
carnival
back.
celebrations here in La Paz.
That's
so
okay.
It's quite loud. And I'm
You're
at the
doing
market,
what you're
so-
supposed to do, and that is treating us like an FM radio talk show in the background. You good for now?
Yeah, that was it. Thanks for the show. I'll be here every Saturday and Sunday.
I just thought you said you're having too much fun in real life.
Weekdays I'll
But
probably
here
just
you
be
are
at
telling us your
mostly.
fun
See you guys
schedule.
No worries.
Hello?
Take care.
Take
Violet,
care.
would you like to say
Bye-bye.
goodbye? Violet, are you lurking?
I have
Music
music room I do with my friends. I have been listening a great deal more when I am on Clubhouse, and I've been on Clubhouse a little less to listen at all.
Good for you.
But
Good for you.
yeah, no, I love being here. We burst out of the gate today
Hello.
with a really high energy, and then a steady pounding pace helped us win the race. Great Sunday yet again. I hope everybody has a safe week, a good week, and
Thank you.
I think
Thank you.
a lot of the agencies that are out there that at least supposedly are supposed to be the ones, looking out for the humanitarian aid and these kind of things. It's like where would that go, kind of thing. So I know that's like a big general bite of it. I'm sure people have more of the specific.
That hadith is sahih.
Yeah, also about the stoning, for example, they believe that there is a stoning verse inside the Quran that was eaten by a goat. So you have a whole surah regarding apparently stoning that was eaten by a goat. So I mean, there's this is something which the Dawah bros they won't talk about, right? But I mean, to be frank and honest, like we can.
I think it's exactly opposite.
It's okay. It sounds like it's too late.
That's right. I'd left already, so.
Well, go back and get it.
Yeah.
Give it to the guy.
Well, I have a friend that lives in the
I
building.
just love
so
saying the word
I still
flex
see
to
it.
David.
Yeah.
I just love saying the word flex to David because he is single-handedly behind that word, man. I don't hear anyone else saying it, and I mean, sometimes I'll say that's a flex. And I love it. I love it.
Flax.
Okay.
What's that word from Mean Girls that she was trying to create?
I forgot.
One of the plastics was great. It was something
Mean
to.
Girls. Is that a movie? Oh my god!
Fetch.
Is that a movie? Best teen movies.
I don't know.
Oh, you gotta watch it, David. It's so good. What was the word that she used? She tried to. One of them tried to create a word and tried to get it going, and it didn't work. Let me try to remember it.
Randy, I gotta say, you said you're thinking about hiring a beautiful young woman to help you clean your office. Randy, don't do it. Just turn on Clubhouse and clean it yourself.
Okay.
Because cleaning an office is not a job.
Oh, fetch. She'd
Fetch.
be like, that's so fetch.
She married a sheikh, right?
A shake?
Yeah, Lindsay. She married like a rich Saudi Arabian, right? Like a royal prince.
Oh, shake. Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she got lucky.
Is she a porta potty now?
Well, she also fully did up all her plastic surgeries, so she looks like a pond tadpole.
On tadpole. Wow.
So, David, what's your first drink of the day gonna be? Gin, vodka, or whiskey?
Not gonna be. Has been. What was? Left.
Fetch. Flex. Mood. What kind of mood are you in?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mood. What kind of mood are you in today?
I'm in an excellent mood.
Excellent.
Thank you, brother. What's about you?
Oh, is this the Palestinian terrorist storing his explosives still in Jerusalem? Hello, Mood. We have raided your family's house in Old Jerusalem. We have your explosives from your Nablus bombing. You are a terrorist. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You are a fucking terrorist, you son of a bitch. We know all about you living in Norway with your two sons in the military. We know everything about you, you son of a bitch. You killed those innocent people, you son of a bitch, you. You dirty Palestinian terrorist bastard. You son of a bitch.
אתה משוגע.
Batecha.
Are you saying Meshuggah? Wait, are you trying to say Meshuggah?
Batecha, Habibi. Batecha. Batecha.
עשיקין בטיח, אדום הבטיח. I used to sell בטיח in תחנה מרכזית, my friend.
What is that, like a drink or something?
Are you drinking
It was
something?
nitroglycerin laced with TNT.
Oh.
Get fucked. This is, why you speak that, And already I introduced myself as a peace fighter.
Anti-terrorist.
What fighter? Where you came from? You are a fucking stupid.
Okay, whoa. Oh, no Kazarian language in this room. No. We
My
don't do
friend,
that.
behave yourself, please. Respect yourself at least.
Thank you for that. Could you mind minding me, guys?
Oh, that's sure.
No, brother. Take it easy.
No, we know all about your mood.
Kazarian stuff, okay?
We know all about your mood. Your terrorist attack in Nablus and the people you killed. You old Palestinian terrorist bastard.
We know what we know what all we are doing. I already explained to you that I make it that seem like a message to Mahir Khan.
Oh, hello, Mayor Kana. Hello, boom, boom, boom.
I think he died. I am not a terrorist, my friend.
I think he died.
He was not died, he was killed.
I know. He has to go to
Well, when you get
hell.
killed, you die.
No, we don't have a concept of that.
You don't know where he's going.
Personally, I know him, my friend. I know him,
No, we don't have a
personally.
concept of hell.
Brother,
Yeah.
listen, Elnor.
We'll let God deal with that, all right?
I am not
Is that okay
putting
if we-
words from my mind. I
know, I know.
see him. I do, with.
Are you in hell?
Is it okay if we let God take care of that stuff? We'll
Yeah.
deal. So if you pick up a gun and point it at us, we're gonna come take it from you. We're not gonna do it gently. If you're peaceful, you can stay where you are. Okay. Very
Yes,
good.
I'm a peaceful man, Eleanor. Come on,
There's
you
no
know
problem.
me.
Eleanor?
My
That's a
name
good one.
before. You know what is my name? I am Mr. X.
I don't know what that means.
Mr. X, is that
No,
your old
I
name?
am Mr. X.
That was his old
You
name.
know me,
I
Eleanor.
sure.
We was friends together. I create
Very
you.
good.
I create
Fingertips.
you with Hanukkah. I create you with
I don't think
Hanukkah.
you
If you
created
remember.
No, I don't.
No, I did it. Come on, man.
Okay, good. Okay, come on, man. Who you,
Hey.
Joe Biden? Come
Sorry,
on,
my
man.
friend. Come on.
I think
No.
you're Joe Biden.
No, I am here to be, honest, To be honest, we try to make, to coexist. Enough is enough. You are not young anymore. I am not young
alcohol
anymore.
today? Are we drinking
Never. I
alcohol
don't
today,
touch
brother?
it. No, brother. No. I am a Muslim.
You seem a little intoxicated.
No, brother. No.
No? All
I
right.
don't do it. But the atmosphere, I get fucked, kicked out, a few, maybe before half hour from another room.
I know Yanni.
Megatron and other persons over there, and I think PP, and not like this.
I partied with Emiratis in Dubai,
Mashallah. Yeah, there are a lot of Muslims.
and they were drinking. They was not supposed to, but they did.
Listen. Well, like you know nothing about anything. Listen to me careful.
No, he was in
It's
the
fine.
UAE. He was in the UAE.
Yes, yeah.
There's a lot of alcoholism in the Muslim community.
Don't worry, you can find alcohol everywhere, my friend.
Well, that's our point.
Yeah, it is not big deal.
Mood. So how many people did you kill in your terrorist attack in Nablus when you detonated your explosive, you old Palestinian terrorist bastard?
Majikan, behave your time first and talk. No, not this is not a good way to talk to others. Are you a human being or something else? Behave yourself.
I'm gonna get human being.
Okay, respect yourself, my friend. We are friends.
Okay.
You don't know me. Why you take a dark side from the words? Even if I make a mistake with the word, don't touch it, don't judge. That's it.
One BB
Enough is enough. Please, brother, don't judge. I already say this is my past, and I never injured a snake. Well, like the fuck, I give you now videos, the snake.
Because you are a snake.
Thank you. Even the snake I respect, brother. They have the right to exist, same like me. I'm not better than the snake. I'm not better. Maybe I am here to serve a snake. This is the reason why we are here, to serve the snakes, maybe. Come on, man. Open your mind, please. Open your mind. You know something. Are you a Jew?
No, I'm gay.
Are you a Jew? Are you a Jew?
No, I'm gay.
No, I'm a Catholic.
Yeah, you sleep one night and next day you wake up a gay?
Is that how it works?
I don't know. You tell me, why you are a gay? Tell me. With full respect, maybe it is a sickness or something. So what? Let's talk,
You need to go back to Nablus and apologize for what you did and all the innocent people you killed, you bastard!
Your accent keeps on changing, John. I don't know what the hell
I'm sure, 100%, my friend. Listen, you are not a friend even. Are you reptilian or something?
Habibi Betecha, you are a schmuck, you know you're stupid, you just admit your problem and then you apologize and you go make amends and you humble yourself on Yom Kippur.
Can you tell me which planet you came from?
I am from Uranus, next to Saturn and Neptune.
You know what is my real name, my friend?
Betecha, that means watermelon head. You are a Betecha, Mr. Betecha. Mr. Betecha. Mr. X, you are Mr. Betecha.
Betecha shilcha.
Betecha.
Betecha shilcha, Adom Ashikin. Betecha shilcha, Adoni. Voila, behave yourself is better for you. You are not my fucking size.
La Betecha.
Fucking still young. You're still young. You know nothing about nothing. I have experience for all.
I know you bastard. When I hear bastard, you still have explosive materials. I have called the IDF in Jerusalem to go to your auntie's house to get the explosives you are still storing in Jerusalem in the old city, you bastard. You are a fucking terrorist bastard, killing people in Nablus, Betecha. I have sent the military to your auntie's house to get the explosives. Betecha! Betecha! La.
אתה לא בן אדם. אתה לא גבר. אתה לא גבר. אתה משוגע. I don't want to say more. Come on. Wake up. Open your mind. Stupid.
Habibi, I understand understand perfectly. You are an informant for the secret services. I understand, Habibi. بتاخ.
حبيبي انا مش حبيبك ولا انت
What,
حبيبي.
what are you coming to say? Do you have something to say, to explain? Just you are cursing.
Yeah, Yoli, sorry, he just make me stress. Sorry, he make me stress, He have a
Because you are a terrorist with explosives in Jerusalem and you killed people in Nablus.
behave yourself. We are here to coexist, to try to find a way to say enough is enough. Easy. No more killing, no more bloodshed. Enough is enough.
Let me clarify. What are you talking about? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. And if you can clarify, it will be help to your point.
He is tired of exploding devices and killing people. He wants to retire from the terrorist business. He is so tired of working to kill people. He come here now and he talk about the peace.
John, stop talking.
Okay, sorry, Betecha. Go ahead, complete your plane. Land your plane, you terrorist bastard.
John, no.
My point, this is our destiny. To be honest, this is our destiny. Not only my destiny, your destiny and my destiny. To love one place, to belong to one place. We belong, both me and you, to one place. We love that place. We involve in love with that place. We just talked, me and Jacob before, 1 hour ago, about my city. He had been there. Am I true, Jacob? You mean Neapolis, right? Neapolis.
Yeah, we were talking about
New City.
New City. You said it was the name of a snake. I said no, the Romans renamed it.
Nothing to do with the snake. No, it's a Roman name. It's come from Neapolis, and then it turned into Nablus. It has nothing to do with the snake. I'm telling you, brother. This is story. I heard it from Rabbi. I don't know which rabbi told you this, but it's not true. Sadaka. His name Rabbi Sadaka. So it's not true. It's not true. Use Google and I understand, but it's not true. It's not true. This is the name. We have many historical stories in name. You know nothing about historical Nablus. I know it's not all. Nablus is. Brother. It's not. Hold on, brother. It's not an Arabic name. It's a Roman name. It means new city, Neapolis, and then it was turned into Nablus. It has nothing to do with snakes or with teeth or with anything. And whoever told you this, hold on, mood. Listen, sweetie, all good. It's not. I'm not saying you entirely. It's just like you are just inaccurate, and I understand that you were told this by some random rabbi. It's okay. There are many rabbis in the entire world. Not everybody is saying, you know what, you want to take like 2 minutes and Google it and see that the origin of the word is from Neapolis, New City, by the Romans. It has nothing to do with this story about a snake. What I tell. This is maybe a free tale coming from generation to a generation. This is what I hear. It's a new story.
Yeah, it could be a tale, but it has no relationship to the actual
we have when we are child. This is my childhood. We hear. See, and somebody asked me about Nablus. What is the meaning of Nablus? I told them. He told me something else.
No, I didn't ask you what the meaning was. I just said I had been to Nablus. I said, did you know? We were just talking about the state, like Yosef's tomb.
Somebody else asked me in another room, maybe. Somebody else asked me. Sorry about that, Jacob. Yeah, no, correct.
I've been to Yosef's tomb.
Part of the problem is that you guys fill your heads with stories and with fake information, and this is why you get upset and you believe in things that are not correct. And I think it's time that you kind of re-educate yourself with actual history, so you would know exactly what happened, what followed what, who's responsible for what. Making up like narrative, it's cute, but you can only tell it to yourself. It's not something that you can actually will hold water. Daniel, you finished? Yes, sweetie. I like it. Okay, brother. Anyway,
Daniel, when you visit Nablus, you will change your mind if you are real Jew.
About what? How can I change my mind about history? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I will change my mind, and I will get amnesia.
The Jewish people understand what I am going to say.
I'm Jewish.
Only the son of Ibrahim who have metaphysics things. Only we. The others, they don't have it. We have sensitives. Others, they don't have it. You got what I mean, Daniel?
No. What?
We can see or feel. We have a very fucking sensitive feeling, brother.
Yes, I understand, but your feelings are not facts.
No.
You need to understand that feelings are not facts.
Let me to continue.
The feeling, it's like Hamas, you speak about.
No, brother.
Like,
listen, sister. Sorry.
Hamas feelings and your feelings are the same, or you separated from Hamas feelings?
Okay. I respect you very much. You know, listen to me, please. Even though maybe I am a fucking Jew, real Jew, but I lost my way. I became a Muslim.
This is another story that you tell yourself, and I heard you already. That you no. I already heard you say that you are the real Jews and that we are Khazar Jews. And basically, this is the problem. You play coexistence. Hold on. You play coexistence, but yes, I heard you. Yes.
No, never.
Mahmoud, you did say 2 days ago or yesterday, you called them
If you ignore me, what can I say to you, Mr. Daniel?
So you did
my existence. If you use your
did you say or did you not say that you are the real Jews and we are Khazari Jews? Did you say it or not?
Listen.
Oh, you are lying now.
Listen carefully.
This is disappointing from you.
At that time, listen, Daniel.
Like I thought you were like honest, wrong, but honest.
Who are you? You know the liar only the coward.
I heard you say Khazar Jews yesterday, dude.
I am not even a coward.
Said it today in this room.
Why are you lying? Mood, we all heard you say it.
Never.
You just said it. You said it a half hour ago. Politely, you said it a half hour ago.
With all due respect, Mood, stop it.
What I said?
You said you Khazarians.
Yes, you told us a few times that we are Khazari Jews and you are the real Jew. I heard you say that.
No, I didn't hear that you were the.
If you ignore my existence, brother, please listen to me, Daniel.
It doesn't matter if I ignore or not ignore. Did you say that we are Khazari Jews? Yes or no?
Even though if I say that,
okay, so we get any closer to the truth.
Welcome. Well, are you still welcome in my country?
Even if I did say that.
You have no authority to welcome me or not welcome me. I'm not talking about.
Why not?
Because Mahmoud, again, sweetie. This is again, Mahmoud, sweetie. Listen to me for a second.
Okay,
listen. This is exactly the thing with you believing a narrative. You calling us Khazar Jews is an argument that is not based on reality. It's a narrative, like the story about Nablus. Your head is filled with narrative, with stories that have no basis in reality. And this is why you come up to many wrong conclusions.
You're beginning to sound a little bit like Emma's.
Your head with lies. Be honest and be realistic.
Daniel, can I just say, you're kind of sounding like Emrose. I hate to say it, but that's the type of shit Emrose says nonstop, which is your reality is not the real reality. My reality is the real reality. And I can't debate you.
Yeah, it's the same thought. I mean, it's the same thought, but it's the question is which of the facts that actually fit that thought.
It's like her calling the Arabs and Israeli Palestinians. It's a minority of Arabs in Israel that identify as Palestinian. The majority of them call them Arabs, but for the narrative, they call them Palestinians. And again, you are just lying to yourself because reality, slowly you are kind of shifting away from reality, and you are the pro-Palestine movement is now living in an alternate reality of facts because for you the narrative is way more important than reality, and this is why you get to make such wrong decisions all the time.
Daniel.
Yes, sweetie. Yes.
Okay, sweetie.
Sweet.
Listen.
Love that.
Wallahi, I swear God, I swear, بحياي, I swear God. Yeah. أنا إزرائيلي. أنا إزرائيلي. أنا إزرائيلي. Just listen to me careful. No matter. I don't care. Even though if you are a fake Jew or true Jew, I don't care.
What is a fake Jew? What is a fake Jew? Even you saying it is disgusting. Can you tell me what is a fake Jew? Give me an example. Give me an example of someone that is a fake Jew. Why would anyone be a fake Jew?
You believe that
PHI is a fake Jew.
5 million, 7 million.
You set yourself up for that, Daniel.
No, that's true. Yes.
To be honest, I already live in, I grew up in Tel Aviv, brother.
Me too.
My business is
In Yafa or in Tel Aviv you grew up?
both. Yafa, Tel Aviv, Netanya.
Yeah, but he really in Yafa.
No, I've been all over, all over. Even in Gaza, I've been in Gaza several times. I go through areas, brother. I go through areas before. We don't have the same borders between. It is the same, almost the same. We can drive the car before.
No, we didn't.
We're familiar with it.
We didn't always have borders. It started with the violence. Yes.
Yeah, this is, I am an eyewitness, brother. I don't put words from somebody told me or.
No, but the fake Jew is something that you said. It's not based on reality. The Khazar Jews is something that you said. It's not based on reality. The Nabala story about the snake is a story that you said. It's not based on reality. It's not from your experience. It's things that you were told. And those things that you were told and you repeat them are not helping your cause. Because if you want to help your cause, you need to be realistic. Otherwise, it will never be resolved. Even if it's not aligned with, even if it's not good for you, you need to be.
Sweetie, have you been
No.
Oh, we miss a big chance, brother.
It's a shithole.
I wish one day we live in peace and then invite you. I own a
You
house.
guys, one thing you need to work on is a trash collection.
Daniel.
I'm serious.
Yaakov, haven't you heard of Clubhouse?
Jerusalem.
I'm a garbage collector here on Clown House. I collect trash here and put it in a landfill, for people to go and possibly bring a little garbage out. Mood, the question is, what are you doing for peace other than coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country? Hello?
Hello, I don't like to talk to you. You are a fucking dumb stupid. I want to.
You fucking dumb and stupid motherfucker. You're a fucking terrorist, motherfucker. And you have fucking explosives in Jerusalem. And we know who your auntie is. And we're going to the house to arrest them all. And we'll bulldoze your fucking house, you bastard.
Shut up. I'll do the bear. Where you reptilian.
Reptilian, wow.
Yes.
Call you a reptilian?
This is a reptilian, 100%.
Like the snake with the tooth?
Yes, exactly. Or the goat. This is a goat.
Wait, what's the goat have to do? What's the goat doing now?
Fucking bastard, the goats. You have to be
fucking bastards. Be careful.
They hate us, brother.
I don't hate you. I hate your stupidity. I hate your ignorance. I hate your low IQ. And I hate that you are a terrorist and you have committed terrorism in the past, you bastard. You are the snake. You are the goat. You are the reptile. You project onto me, you bastard.
He's a reptilian. Let me see what is your picture. That's all it. Oh, fuck you. Gay. You are a gay.
Okay, remove, please.
Yeah. Okay, brother. Yeah, sorry, Daniel. Sweetie.
Hey, did you just call me gay, you motherfucker? I am not a gay. I'm a happy man, and you are the reptile. You accuse me of being a reptile.
Julia, let Julia get in here, magician.
I want to clarify why you use the word gay like something bad. What's bad in gays?
I never been a gay to tell you the bad and the good. I don't know.
But you judge gays.
No, I don't judge. I respect everybody. This is,
when when you're trying to offend someone?
He say about himself. He say, "I'm a gay." Oh, it's okay. I reply to him. Normal, no.
Everything you say is a negative. You come on the clubhouse and you make a negative statement to people over and over and over again. Why? Why, Habibi? Why do you come here and do this to yourself and to other people and make them feel bad? Why do you do this? Is it because your self-confidence and self-esteem is so low? Who are you? Hello? I guess he is just in a bad mood. You know, most of these former terrorists are not happy people, and he is just in a bad mood to come here and make fun of the gays and then make fun of the fake Jews. You are a bastard.
Let's come to the point. I still don't understand what you wanted to say. You pronounce a lot of words, but you don't come into points. What you want to tell? What you want from us? What you want us to do? What you want to do by yourself? I don't understand from your speech, your ideas about future.
Actually, I am optimistic about the future.
Oh, optimism is feeling, but how do you
Yes.
see reality in future?
I feel a reality that our things will come back to us. You know, if you didn't agree.
What do you mean, our things? Can you clarify? I don't know what is your things.
Let me ask you a question, please. I am a Palestinian first. Are you a Jew?
Yeah, I'm Jew.
Have you been in Israel?
I'm living in Israel. I'm right now in Israel.
Really? Oh yeah. My God, you enjoy it. I feel jealous now. I feel jealous of you. Well, I feel jealous.
You know what?
Look, Mood, I'm answering your questions, but you didn't answer mine. For how you see the future.
It is time to wake up, both sides. The Palestinian.
What do you mean make fine? You don't stop to trying to speak philosophically. Saying what you want. Like, can you tell what
I want now, as a PLO ex-member, the right for fully independence, Palestinian state in the West Bank on the borders of 1976. Fully independent. Otherwise, we're still in war.
But do you understand that it's impossible?
It is not impossible.
You will have a choice to have a beautiful life. For example, I'm just curious. Let's say that we're kind of living in an ideal world, and tomorrow you can come in and live in the West Bank, and West Bank will be Palestinian independent country, where you will be the citizen. It will be neighbor of Israel.
Mood, you literally just said that you are demanding access to a time machine, otherwise there will be war. You hear how stupid you are? You said, I want access to a time machine, or there will be war. That's what you just said. Listen to yourself. Wake up!
Okay, so, and tomorrow you are living in prosperity, and you want a new country, Palestine, in the borders. Where is it now? Pretty same border, not that one which you want. Will you be agree on it?
Listen to me. First, I still have my ID. I have my Israeli ID. identity. יש לי תעדות זהות. יש לי. Also, I have a Palestinian passport.
Honestly, I was willing to not or say it wasn't a genocide up until the starvation ended. That's what sealed the deal for me personally.
right?
Yeah, but you have to define the word genocide because genocide implies totality. And there's no totality here. It does imply totality. What is it then? What is genocide?
Read the definition. It literally says in whole or in parts.
It says what?
In whole or in parts.
In whole or in parts? Oh, so there's a part of genocide, not a whole genocide. Got it. Okay. Ah!
Yeah, no.
Hey, watch your fucking mouth. Hey, watch your mouth.
Nigga Joseph.
Yeah,
When they wake up today, go to sleep.
Oh, my mama.
Fuck wrong with you,
When we get up to the
I'm my mama.
Dehumanization aspects. There's many characteristics of it, regardless if it meets the legal definition, that reminds people who are Jewish, especially of the suffering of our great grandparents. And like the starving children, for example, I saw the same photos that were drilled into my head against my will as part of my heritage and my Jewish education. This is what I saw when I saw those pictures of skinny children in Gaza. And you can't unsee it. And if you grew up in our culture, I think it's perfectly legitimate to say, oh, this is a warning. This is what they warned us about. It was a man-made famine that humans did, and they did it through dehumanizing the other.
Okay, so the reason why this doesn't work, amongst sort of other downstream reasons, but see, by comparing it to the Holocaust, you still reinforce the idea consistently that the worst thing that could ever happen in human history was the Holocaust, which is a pretty big pillar of the justification for Israel. So actually, every time you bring up the Holocaust, Shoah, it's basically just reinforcing the loop of, yeah, this is why Israel needs to exist. Now, beyond the Holocaust, being easily argued it's not the worst thing in human history.
Sure, to start off, like, the Shoah, my point was the Shoah is invoked by both sides, the pro-Israel Jews and the lefty Jews. And both of them invoke the memories for their own convenient purposes.
And I'm saying it's stupid to do so because you basically, if you're a lefty Jew, if you're a pro-Zionist Jew, it's genius. If you're an anti-Zionist Jew, yeah, then it's silly because you're basically reinforcing the idea that yeah, this is the worst thing ever in human history. This is why Israel needs to exist.
What are you talking? We're talking about. We're comparing Gaza. We're saying the warning of the Holocaust, the lesson, or the purpose of our great-grandparents' horrific killing is to be a lesson for humanity, that it's a human trait. We are all susceptible to evil. We can all be convinced that someone else is inhuman.
I know, but you see, that lesson was one of the big pillars for, oh, this is why Israel needs to exist, because 6 million Jews got
No, that is the nationalistic, ethnocentric position where it's exceptional and only Jews are hated and persecuted. The other lesson that progressive and liberal Jews take from it is that we're all capable of becoming Nazis under the right circumstances.
I hate to break it to you. Not only is the one narrative far more common amongst Jews, it's also
Explain to me what's common among Jews.
Yeah, the nationalist narrative. It's also far more common amongst Americans, French people, Brits, Westerners, actually a lot of Africans even these days. I was so shocked to hear my cousin learns about the Holocaust in Nigeria, and basically everyone but Arabs.
Actually, most Jews take a more humanist view of the world. They see Judaism and Jewish values as compatible with liberal humanistic values, which treats all humans as deserving of life and equal and rights and all this shit. And Tikkun Olam is like a foundational principle of sort of modern liberal Judaism, which is like the vast majority of Jews. And so this is why, as we discussed yesterday, there's sort of a crisis of faith for liberal Zionists because they're realizing their humanistic values and their civil liberties values are fundamentally in conflict with their Zionist nationalistic values. They're not compatible. And this is something that Jewish people as a whole are grappling with. If you came yesterday, you'd hear in real time Jews debating this shit yesterday because they are in a crisis, in a spiritual crisis. They don't know what it means to be Jewish.
We just identified the brain rot.
When we learn about the Holocaust, we learn about the Rwanda genocide, we learn about the Armenian genocide. They talk about all the
She's a chatterbox. This is actually like.
When our people do a genocide, they're like, no, it's something else.
For one, you're not dressed.
I love that she's actually talking to this guy though, because I find this guy to be like incredibly annoying, and hearing him oppose her is so delightful.
The
Because this is when I really like Clubhouse, is when there's people, there's people that I don't like, both of them I don't like, and there are, it's like watching your enemies fight each other is what I'm saying. That is truly, what's that German term?
Before you were making generalizations about Jews and how they behave.
I was actually talking about people in the West and the globe as a whole. Yeah, people in the globe as a whole view the Holocaust.
Now, there's a lot of young women like this, young Jewish women. I've witnessed young Jewish women getting arrested at Free Palestine movements on Shabbos, and they said, "Don't do this. You're gonna ruin your Shabbos." And they're laughing, and they're like, "I don't care, I don't care." And I'm like, "Don't do it."
What's going on in Gaza or anything else to the Holocaust? You are basically reinforcing the feedback loop of, yeah, this is why Israel needs to exist.
I think you fundamentally don't understand the dichotomy that I'm making. Please read the article so you understand the two streams of thoughts. You're basically taking a binary.
Yeah, but Grace, don't take it personal because she's basically a hostess, meaning like she's doing a show and she's being political. So, let her be aspirational. That's what El Normo says.
To everything in order to be informative, instructive to us how to live. And how
without her, though, we wouldn't have the Jewish complaint department. She's filling up our databases with complaints.
And if you don't, you should learn about how people took the Holocaust.
We need young complainers like this to fill up our complaint database, and also the garbage dump. See, she uses profanity all the time. Her and Emrose use profanity nonstop.
So you think everyone would like Emrose? You think?
Yeah. What does it say? I want you to give me the clip.
I don't need the clip notes. I know what it says.
I used to use profanity as well. Then my dad was like, "John, why are you using the F word? Why are you using profanity? Don't swear." I was like, "All right, Dad, you're right. I don't know why I'm swearing. You're right, Dad."
You're conflating the two sides of a binary that are not compatible or overlapping at all.
I'm telling you the very blunt fact that a lot of people...
He's a binary overlapper.
There's a lot of people. Jews, non-Jews, Americans.
And what's funny, I listed these people before. Americans, Brits, Canadians, French people, African...
Survey them, provide some surveys for this.
Look at their curriculum and education system. Why is the first genocide that they don't...
She needs to go to a boxing class.
I mean, let's be honest. Okay, my cousin in Nigeria heard about the Holocaust.
Grace, just go in there and see. This is the troll. Is because she is emotionally upsetting you. If you can go in there and never get emotionally upset, then she'll have no power. But just be very calm. If you can find, I can tell you the room title.
Alright, but do you understand my point, Bashar? My point is you're claiming...
Well, then why don't you go in there and demonstrate religion and pray over her and see if you can exorcise the demon out of her.
You're in fact giving fuel to the claims that the Jews desperately need a state in order to prevent a second Holocaust, right?
Yeah.
But the whole point is this is a binary. There are Jews, in particular in the Jewish community, since the beginning of time, since Hannah Arendt, right, that believe either that the Holocaust is exceptional and should never be compared because anti-Semitism is the oldest form of hate. Please mute up, I can't, there's noise. Because anti-Semitism is the oldest form of hate, and the Holocaust is unique because it happened to the Jews, and nothing should be compared, and it's this big taboo. Then on the other side of it, like most Jews in the West have these like liberal values and humanistic values, and the way they teach about the Holocaust is we must compare it because it must be a lesson and it must be instructive for future generations, and a warning against dehumanization and the capacity of man to commit evil against another man, right? And these are the two schools of thoughts, and this is how it's always been, a binary. And you're basically saying, oh no, it's not a binary. You're saying if you see the Holocaust as instructive and says something about what's happening in Gaza, then in fact it makes you the other kind, which sees the ethnocentric. It reinforces the ethnocentric interpretation of the Holocaust, which is just that it only happens to Jews, and everyone uniquely hates the Jews, and anti-Semitism will always persist, and therefore nothing should be compared because it cheapens it.
I'm saying the binary.
Which one is it? I don't think you read the article because it doesn't sound like it.
I'm saying the binary of the second, right? That the Holocaust is exceptional, etc., is one of the key arguments and pillars to justify the existence of Israel. And what's more funny, beyond just the majority of Jews arguably falling into the second, for sure. The
Maybe I'm missing a piece. How does calling Gaza a genocide, saying the Jews perpetuated genocide, justify a homeland for the Jews?
Because of what you're comparing it to. What you compare it to, I mean, you could compare it to 1,000,001 other things, and in fact, there are genocides that far more mirror what's happening in Gaza than the Holocaust.
But you're saying the specific comparison is what.
Yes, specific comparison, yeah.
Well, that's their own blind spot, though.
No, that's reality. That's the blind spot of basically the majority of Westerners, the majority of Africans, basically everyone but Arabs.
I don't think even Jews view it this way. I think a growing number of Jews don't view it this way, and I think this is not how we were taught about the Holocaust and genocide in general. We were taught to compare it.
Okay.
In Israel, it might be more taboo. I don't know, maybe Emrose can weigh in about what the taboo of comparing to the Holocaust in Israel, but in America, this is how we learn about Holocaust history. We learn about how to compare.
In America, we learn about the Holocaust as if it was the worst thing that ever happened in human history. And I know this because I'm also American. And because I've been being taught about the Holocaust since, first grade?
I don't know how you learn it, but in sort of Jewish culture, the way we learn about it in Holocaust, we learn it specifically as instructive for the way we view the world and atrocities that have happened since and before, right? We use it as a prism to look at the capacity of man for evil.
Yeah, and why is it that one? Why not Holodomor, which was larger? Or the slave trade, or the Trail of Tears, which
we do. They also talk about slavery and Trail of Tears in Jewish history.
To the Holocaust, how much they can talk about it, not that much.
What? Well, I'm talking about Jewish day schools and Jewish Hebrew schools. When we talk about the Holocaust, it's through the prism of the Jewish experience. They talk about slavery. They talk about the Trail of Tears. They talk about racism throughout history. They talk about Jim Crow. Of course they do. This is
I'm talking about public society, right? Which is far larger than Jewish.
Right, well, I was hoping to have a conversation with Jews here today. So, if you have a problem with the way Holocaust is taught, that's a different conversation,
It's an issue of the way Holocaust is taught, but I mean, you seem to have no problem discussing with others until they, they were agreeing with you.
You're criticizing Holocaust education, right, in America?
No, not at all.
You're saying you should focus on other atrocities.
No,
Fair.
I don't know. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
You're making you've done 5 straw men, even though my point has been very simple. Israel justifies itself because of the belief that the Holocaust is the worst thing that ever happened in human history. Most people believe this. So when you compare what's going on in Gaza to the Holocaust, yeah, you're basically reinforcing, including most anti-Zionists, by the way. You're reinforcing that idea in people's head.
Okay, thank you for sharing. I think as Jews, it's part of our experience as American post-war, post-Israel Jewish state Jews to see the world through this prism, as dark as and depressing and unfortunate as it is. I think it's I always resented that. And to grow up with images of skinny bodies piled up or whatever, and skinny children, and then something like this happens and it becomes suddenly relevant,
Hello?
Well, there's what people should do, and there's what they do. I'm addressing what people do. And this is what people do.
I don't understand what your point is.
Everyone in the ideal world should care, even when one single person gets killed. The reality is most people
show. And it's not because the Jews conspired to make you guys give a fuck about the Holocaust and blame me for it. No, that's your fault.
Well,
I didn't say the Jews. Yeah, I mean Zionists in particular.
That's so funny. No one said. I said Israeli policymakers, and yeah, I hate to break it to
We'll
you.
provide some evidence. Put a link in the chat.
Okay.
Be from a real source, not Der Sturmer or whatever you read.
See, this is why I find you funny, Buttercup. My sources are always legit. You just don't like them.
Mainstream news sources that the Jews control. It's gotta be.
You don't even look at the sources I give you. Half of them are
You've never given me sources. Give me one. I want to see what kind of sources you're.
I have.
Now I'm actually curious. I don't remember. Maybe you just.
It's okay.
Never had one lesson.
Hey, Buttercup,
Yes.
can you tell us more about the Shoah? Invoking the Shoah, what is that?
The Shoah is the Holocaust in Hebrew. It's about basically in Jewish culture. There's two schools of thought. One is that the Shoah. Well, first of all, in this particular conflict, people on both sides, the right and the left, the pro-Israel camp and the critical of Israel's camp, both have invoked the Shoah conveniently for their own political purposes, right? And it's very politicized. Like the UN rapporteur, what's her name again? The Italian woman with the glasses. She's now being called to be fired because she invoked the Shoah, comparing Netanyahu to Hitler or something, or endorsing some sort of tweet or something. So sort of a lot of people sort of weaponize the memory of the Holocaust for their own political purpose, and it raises the question that's been in the Jewish community for many, many years, which is that how the Jewish community thinks that you should never compare things to the Shoah. It's a unique atrocity in history. It was 6 million people died, et cetera, et cetera. And also it's emblematic of this larger theme of anti-Semitism, which is a unique type of hatred in history. And so it's like taboo comparing things to the Shoah. And then the other school of thought is that we should, in fact, and many people in America, many liberal Jews will learn about Holocaust history and Jewish history in the context of we must compare with the Shoah. It's instructive, it's a warning about the capacity of men to hurt other men, to dehumanize other men, and commit atrocities. And so I just wanted to raise this question about when it's okay to invoke the Shoah, how people it's politicized on both sides, and when it's constructive to bring up the Holocaust and compare it to modern day atrocities.
Thank you, Buttercup. We like listening to you as much as you like listening to yourself. So thank you.
Are you being sarcastic?
I asked her a specific question, Sugar. You just got here.
I really like how you said that, Sugar. It was very succinct, like you thought about your sentence beforehand, so it actually had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it didn't sort of meander for like 10 minutes saying absolutely nothing. Well done.
Anyway, I hope Reuters is reliable enough for you. But yeah, this literally talks about a rebranding image, strategy of the Israeli government in America. I have like 60 other sources, but I think this one should be pretty clear enough.
Give my flowers.
Baptizer talks like he's trying to sell poison candy to a baby.
Well, because most people think I am.
It's one thing to say Israel cares about its branding, it's another to say that it controls the media's interest in Israel. Effectively, you said it was Israeli officials made a concerted effort to make everyone obsessed with fucking Israel, which is a huge burden to diaspora.
I don't know, seems like keep you employed. Whether it's a burden.
You think I get paid, you said?
I don't think you get paid for this. Jews is irrelevant, but yes, Israel does make a concerted effort to brand its image, which involves, yes, making it and its priorities number one in foreign nations, especially like America. I mean, this is really like common sense.
Pepe, I just want to warn you, we're talking about the Shoah. I know a lot of people, if you say anything that stereotypes Jews or promotes any sort of conspiracy theories about Jews, no matter how valid you think it is, you're going down because that's what causes.
Oh, come on. I mean, I never did this shit when we're in the same room and I'm a mod. Holy shit.
She doesn't say things that are like astronomical. politically offensive.
This is just like a PSA, not just for Pepe. Sorry for singling you out. Anyone who promotes an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, there's no warnings. Okay, we're talking about the show. It's a really delicate
How about
issue.
I bend you over and have my way with you? How about?
You're so disgusting, Goo.
Yeah, I'm talking to fucking you, Buttercup.
Whoa. Only I can do it. I can only say these things, so you need to stop that.
Buttercup, I need you to give me the mod match. Like,
No, Solano takes life too seriously. No, god damn.
Final warning, sugar.
I just want to sugar you up, Buttercup.
All right, you're going down.
Hey, no.
You're lucky I don't kick you out. I kick you out for that, okay? So I'm not going to treat Jews differently.
I'm actually being sincere, but whatever.
Better one.
I'm sorry, I gotta punish you at least for 5 minutes. We're talking about how some Jews think that the Holocaust cannot be compared to any other atrocities in history, and some Jews think that we must compare the Holocaust to other atrocities in order to warn against the danger of dehumanizing other people. And as a fellow humanist, I really glad to have you on stage because you were one of the few people who is consistent that all humans are created equal and should treat each other, find common grounds, and love each other and see each other as
Who found my channel?
I'm just thinking that, of course, I'm not saying what, Jewish people should think concerning that, but I would think that it would be better because it's like, for example, people say, oh, going to that event, it was hell. Now, okay, it wasn't really hell. Hell is much worse than that. But to demonstrate how awful something is, they utilize that. And I think that is like an important and actually effective thing to do. Does that make sense, Buttercup, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand both sides, to be honest. Like, I do think it's kind of grim and cynical when people exploit it for political objectives. Like, you know how these, like, Camera and UN Watch, they're exploiting sort of the memory of the Holocaust and sort of people's sensitivity around it to, like, go after the UN rapporteur woman who, and, like, people will, on both sides, will sort of invoke the Holocaust when it's convenient for them and then, like, clutch their pearls when the other side invokes the Holocaust, right? Like, the pro-Israel people will be like, October 7 is the worst catastrophe to massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. There's no reason to do that except to poke people's trauma buttons and to make them feel the war is justified, right? To drum up support from the war. Like, Israel is sort of built in the shadow of the Holocaust. It's very, very heavy over the national narrative. And so by saying it's the worst thing since the Holocaust and invoking it, it's sort of a subtle tool to get people to get on board with this horrific war, right? And similarly, on the other side, when I tell my parents, look at these pictures of starving children, how doesn't it remind you of those horrific pictures you drummed into our brains since childhood of starving kids in concentration camps, starving people in concentration camps? They also clutch their pearls and say, oh no, you can't compare things to the Holocaust, it's like a sacred cow that you can't touch. And so but throughout history, there's been sort of these two camps, and some people are like, to their credit, like, the Holocaust was uniquely horrific in a lot of ways. Like, it was this industrialized killing that we'd never seen before, where they literally created, when shooting people in the head was too onerous on the soldiers, they created gas chambers, right? And they created these, like, killing industries, and the goal was literally to erase Jewish DNA, and it was a really, like, unique atrocity, and it should be given its weight, and it's right that we treat it with the gravity that it deserves. But to somehow infer from that it's not it's not like, I mean, to some people it is sacred. I understand, and especially if, like, your family went through it, you wouldn't want people to cheapen it by saying every genocide, every war crime, is comparable to this horrific thing that happened in history that completely reshaped the world. On the other hand, what is the purpose of it? What is the meaning of my great-grandparents' deaths if it doesn't tell us something about the human condition, and it doesn't warn us about the capacity of man to behave this way, right?
Well, if we look at anything else in history, is there anything that we say like it is off limits to compare anything to this historically? And if so, that might be like an indication of the position one should take, maybe.
I mean, okay, so you're Iranian. Is there horrific events in Iranians' history that people prefer, like they kind of put on a pedestal? It's a bit of a secret cow. You can't like say, you can't compare it to other crimes against humanity. Can you think of anything like that to try to personalize it? Because I'm sure there's Native Americans who see the Trail of Tears and the literal successful annihilation of Native American culture as an atrocity without comparison throughout history, right? Similarly, slavery, there's not many crimes worse than the 200 years of slavery, of black slavery in America, right? Each of these crimes stand on their own, but also tell us something about human condition.
I think comparing like the indigenous people being eradicated, I don't think Native Americans would have a problem with that. I think there's a lot of similarities, but you did use a good one when you said slavery. That seems to be very triggering when anyone tries to compare anything to the cattle, whatever.
Slavery.
Yeah.
That
was a good comparison.
I think Stella, like it's that each of these atrocities is it's just that one atrocity is not comparable to another because each one is unique, and that is true. And also, it says something about the human condition because it's humans that have.
I do notice that if you try to compare any slavery or if you try to say it's like slavery, Black people, the African American community, they don't like that shit. So that was a really good comparison, actually.
And they're stupid.
All right, Bashar.
I'm black, you forgot.
Okay, but you're not African American.
Oh shit! Where do you think they came from? Who do you think those people? Those are right. Well, why do you think the Igbo landing is called the Igbo landing?
All right, I don't want to do this.
Oh, you don't want to? Okay, so you.
I don't want to be racist on my app talking about the Holocaust.
Racist? Who's being racist?
It's like I'm not black, so I'm not going to talk about.
You know how long Tashar's been talking about the Igbo tribe or whatever for like literally the entirety of this app. Like ever since I've been on this app, like he's the only one with his like tonation and inflection that like I know. Like it's like embedded in my brain. Like when I hear him, I'm like, it's always going to go to that all the time. It's fucking funny. What Igbo tribe are you from?
I would say this, listening, I've always heard the phrase "never forget," and there is, a push to make it so that like people in the West in particular, remember, all the generations remember what happened, and I mean. I guess when there's like an accusation of like many people being killed in a population, wouldn't that be naturally like the event that comes up in everybody's head first?
Coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country.
Hello? And we learn about the Holocaust. They do compare it to the genocide. They do compare it to the Armenian genocide. They use it as an instructive story to warn against how we need to prevent genocide, right? Use it as an instructive tool to prevent this from happening again and make this horrific tragedy meaningful. And that's how the population historically has made the Holocaust meaningful. Parents, grandparents' deaths meaningful. And so it's an interesting blind spot.
Coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country. Hello?
Or not, to not see echoes of the capacity of similarities in iconic thread, which is the capacity of
You're fucking dumb and stupid, motherfucker. You're a fucking terrorist, motherfucker. And you have fucking explosives in Jerusalem. And we know who. Coming here and accusing.
All of these institutions that to preserve the memory of the Holocaust is a warning man to do evil, I'm taking the most cowardly, pathetic stance ever, and it's really like a crisis, a spiritual crisis in Jewish the Jewish community. Like we just don't stand for anything anymore.
I can see you wrote that down, so good job.
Just made that speech a bunch of times.
And then my sons got sick earlier. That sucked. They had their little.
What expert community are you living in that you're actually comparing? I've never. It's just.
I don't know. Did you go to like a Hebrew school? Did you go to anything? Did you have a home?
No, I live in a monolith, unfortunately. I mean, well, maybe like in the 90s, it definitely was a monolith of individuals that like. Never again! You can never compare the atrocities!
I think in Florida, they're more like Trumpy right wingers, so like maybe.
Well, no, they were very lefty, but it's the very boomer-esque kind of like mentality. Unfortunately,
Coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country. Hello?
I didn't immediately call it genocide.
You are fucking dumb as stupid.
Shocked and clutch their pearls and be really upset. But I posted on social media an image of my great grandparents who were killed and shot by the Nazis, and then with all the men in their town, and then a month later, all the women are shot. Right? And I posted a picture that says, you know, I honor their memory by opposing oppression, violence, destruction of people of anyone who's innocent. Right?
Don't want to actually
I thought that backlash, but actually all my Jewish friends and family hearted it and just had positive feedback, and I realized that like the local minority that make it seem like this is like so offensive is actually not the
in some ways more Catholic than the Pope.
Understand that our culture and our value system
Us, the
is
slave,
to take these
the real
tragedies
king
of
of
our
the
past
woman,
and use it as a
become a
lesson,
pretty
as
fool,
a instructive, right?
well, unfortunately, there's a lot of self-induced trauma, and they are.
This message is to
What
the
is it
power,
called?
which
Like
proceeds from
phantom
that
or
was
something.
unfair and
You think you have induced the trauma of others. It's very weird. I mean, that's what it is like here, Buttercup. I mean, I have had, even their grandchildren, like, literally will be on stage, and I remember when we would have some type of memorial to the Holocaust.
What do you want to tell the Democrats?
Grandchildren of those that have passed have never even intersected with, you know, their past at all.
Pizza isn't that bad.
Let's come back to John Kitover TV. Tonight we're unlocking relaxation for hypnosis. Tagline, take one.
Why are you? This trauma that they are expelling is like very artificial.
Coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country.
I do think there was, like, for me also, like, we
I don't like to talk to you. You are fucking dumb as stupid. I want to
You're fucking dumb as stupid. Motherfucker, you're a fucking terrorist, motherfucker. And you have fucking explosives in Jerusalem. And we know who coming here and accusing.
Thing that happened to those that like up with friends, and I think
Don't
we talked
max out.
about this about a while ago.
But to the
With
past,
other Jews in other communities, and
to the cemeteries
the
and the
ones that
video,
have came here, like the Ellis Highland,
to the
they call
swaddling cloths which our childhood is set forward.
there's a different kind of
It is
personality.
with
Like I have friends that like, oh, their grandparents came here during Ellis Island. I'm like, oh, cool. And the way how they interact or like react to anything with the Holocaust is kind of like, oh yeah, it's really sad atrocity versus like post World War II Jews and those that came here and capitalized. Like those grandchildren act very different. Like what I was just explaining to my earlier. Kids are just crying on stage. And what the fuck's happening?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is like pressure, like peer pressure to cry. Like otherwise, you're not like they're like, why don't I feel anything? But when they see me these pictures of these like violent bodies, why don't I feel anything? And like a lot of people try to interrogate that and try to force themselves to feel. It's the way they sort of drill into it.
You ready to fight?
Which is fine. Like it is something that is part of our history, and it did shape us, and it did shape us for many generations. But like sort of this Holocaust education is when it's just about like make yourself cry, but then like when you see the relevance of it, then then just like it's hypocritical. It's contradictory. I don't know.
I think that if someone's trying to make a comparison to slavery, the slavery that was invoked in America, and it's not analogous, that's when people get really upset. But if it were actually analogous, I don't think that they would get upset, and I think that's what triggers people. It's like you're comparing something that is not as atrocious, and that's what triggers them. Like that was way more atrocious. Yes, it's an atrocity, but to compare it to that, like, do you think that if it was an actual, like, let's say for example, in another country, they performed chattel, that's what it's called, chattel slavery, like almost to a T, and they were like they're conducting slavery that was just like how was conducted in America. I don't think that they would get upset. I think it's just that we try to make that analogy sometimes, and it's like a million miles apart. That makes it trigger. Not a million miles apart, but it's just doesn't do it justice.
That's a great point. That's a really good point, Sela. And in fact, people are more offended when I invoke the Shoah, which is a very specific genocide, than when I invoke genocide in general, right? Because like Jews do acknowledge that other genocides have happened, but when I say something like, when I make a comparison like the children of the Holocaust have committed a Holocaust, they get very offended by that. They say you can't compare, and it's true to some extent. It's true, you can't compare any two atrocities. They're all different, right?
Was it really 6 million?
Hey, sugar.
Is Holocaust a title of an event that occurred, or does it mean like specifically something that could be attributed to other events?
It's usually associated with the Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust. So there were like 3 million Poles or something that died, but they don't consider that a Holocaust, or even like I don't even know. It might be considered a genocide, but not a Holocaust. I don't know. The Holocaust is supposed to be a unique event. It's a unique name to memorialize the 6 million that died.
And it wasn't used before the Holocaust.
It means like burnt offering or something, literally. And that's what Shoah means too, I think. What does Shoah mean? Let me double check.
Burnt offering, that doesn't make sense.
No, it's like because they were burned. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to the library to research this right now as we speak.
I'll just tell you what they say on the internet.
This is what we do on Sunday.
Holocaust and Shoah were from the Greek word, derived from the Greek. Okay, Greek origin. It means thing wholly burns or sacrificed by fire. The biblical context. It's a translation of the Hebrew word olah, which refers to burnt offering sacrificed to God that was completely consumed by fire with nothing left over. I guess because the Jews were burned in ovens, right? It invokes the memory of the burning of bodies in the crematoria and open pits during the final solution. The Hebrew word shoah means catastrophe, devastation, or utter destruction.
I prefer cheese pizza.
Come on, sugar. Come on, don't make light. This is a serious conversation. You're basically like giving license to the anti-Semites to come up here and deny the Holocaust.
But these people are like, the English is their second language, and half of them are like mentally ill. Why do you even communicate with them? I'm sorry.
What do you mean? They're not English. These are Americans.
The vast majority of people that you tend to go into arguments with are English is not their first language.
The worst, most virulent anti-Semites on this app are Christian supremacists from America. Okay, it's Pepe. It's
they're all mentally ill. They're
perfectly sane, and they've come to a conclusion that the Holocaust is overstated and that Jews are fundamentally evil and cause their own Holocaust. They believe this shit.
Perfectly sane should be used loosely there.
They're all on some form of government assistance, Buttercup, okay? And they're living at home and they don't work. Telling you the truth. Maybe 2020, 2021, and kind of 2022, there was some substance of individuals that provided.
There's a funny story you'll like, sugar. I remember right when Trump got elected, I was hanging out. There's like a lot of Jews who are like liberal, except when it comes to Israel, and so they voted for Trump even though they're liberals, right? And like this guy that my friend's boyfriend.
That's Florida.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess in some parts of Florida. So this guy was basically telling me how he has 2 kids and he got them all, signed them up for Israeli citizenship when they're babies in case the Nazis come back. And then at the time Trump is getting elected, where literally he is in bed courting Nazis as part of his campaign. And I'm just like, what do you think the fucking Nazis look like? Like, it's just some, like, weird, like, for years and years, the liberals were just kind of like, why are they yelling about the Holocaust? The Nazis aren't coming back. Everyone's exaggerating. Everyone's being melodramatic. And it was like the right-wingers are like, you have to be vigilant. They can show up at any day. Figure out who's going to hide you, right? And it was like this sort of dichotomy in the community, whether to be hyper-vigilant about the Nazis coming back and showing up in America. And then Trump got elected and it became the reverse, where literally there's Nazis in his administration. He's courting Nazi white supremacists in our country. He's empowering them. He's legitimizing them. And then suddenly liberal Jews are fucking terrified because they realize the sort of authoritarian fascist direction we're going in. And the right-wing Jews are like, yay, we're so happy. Like the people who used to be paranoid about the Nazis showing up and get their kids Israeli citizenship from birth are the same people who are now celebrating a president that courts and welcomes Nazis into his administration and into his ear. Speaking of the Holocaust.
I've seen it in the entirety of living my whole life in Florida. There's a lot of very confused individuals here. No one understands what up or down is anymore. Like it's so loose-ended. And like like my father is a great example. Like trailing him through his own eyes and like walking through because he's so boisterous and very vocal. Like my dad has always been a Republican, but he hates Trump. He absolutely despises Trump. So therefore, he became a Democrat. Though he speaks and espouses as if he's a Republican still, right? He's very hard individual, but he hates Trump so much that he's quote unquote a Democrat. So he'll navigate in conversation with other boomers like out and about at the diners and stuff, like at the local bagel place. And the signaling is so confusing because you have Democrats that come from New York that all of a sudden are the staunch Republicans, but have some very liberal views, whereas my dad is now a liberal who has very conservative views. It's like it's the most diametrically opposed perspectives, and it's like very confusing. So like when you sit there and they're like arguing about things, they don't know what they're arguing about. They're just either like parroting things that comes from within the party that they now quote unquote support, but yet again internally, intrinsically, they feel quite the opposite. So like and I listen to them, like I don't intervene. I think all of this is all dumb. But from like a bird's eye view, when I like listen to just go to the diner, come to South Florida, you'll hear these people at the local diner. I'm telling you, it is a funny experience. You just go to listen to these Joey Bonafuku fucking New Yorkers, and you're going wait, you're Jewish? What the fuck's happening? And then I listen to my dad talk his shit, and I'm like, What the fuck are you talking about? All you guys are absolutely fucking positively retarded.
Yeah.
1000%.
We're all retarded. We all got off the deep end.
It makes no sense. So like, that's why I once again, to digress, all this stuff is so stupid to me, and that's why I make fun of it, and that's why I troll. It's just dumb. It's so dumb.
Yeah, it does. It was a joke to us. Holocaust education was a joke to us because it was so ridiculous. They were showing us these piles of bodies when we live in America, and our life is so privileged, and we have so much access to opportunity, and we've achieved so much status. It's really ridiculous, right? Everyone you know is privileged. Everyone lives in the suburbs, and we're sitting here talking about piles of dead bodies and great black and white pictures. And now, suddenly, we're seeing pictures, piles of bodies, and skinny children. And all of a sudden, the Holocaust memorial organizations are telling us to look away and close our eyes. And it's the opposite of what they've been drilling into our heads.
It's for those that live here. That I once again, my experience is not just yours, obviously, but like they take yours in consideration too. But in here, what I think it is that they have been they're how can I say that they have not escaped. It's become a habit to only look at our own atrocities, the own issues that we've had internally, and they can't see anything outside of that. And if they do, they try to compare it. It's like, well, either they're shunned or they're kind of like, well, it's not really important to my relevance and to like what I
There's something especially corny about like sort of and like funny almost, like amusing, like caricaturistic about the American Jewish psyche and pathology of being obsessed with the Holocaust, and it's the basis of so much like hilarious like literature and art and movies, right? Of our sort of American Jewish post-Mormon, post-war pathology of like fixating on the Holocaust and seeing ghosts of Hitler everywhere, right? And then that's why it's so ironic, right? That suddenly it becomes a sacred cow when it has to do with when we are the ones who are dehumanizing or falling into the same human trap of dehumanizing the other.
And yet again, you got like Jewish influencers that that they're making fun of themselves. They're justifying themselves.
You're talking about like the pro-Israel influencer ecosystem.
No, well, there's a kind of a duality that I see in the influencer world.
Use general terms. They, them, who? Be specific.
Well, there's quite a bit. There's a lot of local influencers here in Florida that are like super Jewish, but they don't partake into the ethos of like the hard right kind of thing. They kind of like joke on it, and they want to be as relevant as someone who's like who's also like who questions like Sneeko and all that. They kind of virtue signal to people like him, and they want to be part of that ethos. So have you not noticed like it's all the alt-right white supremacists are all diverse. They're all diverse, right? Like Kenny KO, Sneeko. And it's important. Are you kidding me? You absolutely should understand.
These are right-wing.
No, these are all black, Arab, Hispanic. It's the most goofiest thing to see.
They're not Arab.
I know that. That's what I'm
What are
trying
you
to
saying about them? What are they? How are they invoking?
These are white, like white supremacist activists. Like these are even Nick Fuentes. He's like a half Hispanic, right?
Okay, and how does that tie to the Holocaust narrative?
I'm trying to explain that the people that the Jewish influencers, especially here, the ones that try to vibe, they tend to gravitate to those individuals, and they'll end up setting up themselves with those people, like on a podcast, talking about Jewish issues and whatnot, and clowning on themselves and clowning on other people. Whereas, like, the hard right strays away from those individuals, and they become this very dictatorial, like, individuals that are on. I gotta send you a whole bunch of clips. I'll send you clips and you can understand. I don't think you really care anyway, but whatever.
I don't know.
Whatever.
Hey Bob, what's up? Are you a Jew? Did you grow up with a Holocaust education?
He's a Persian hybrid.
Okay.
He's all kinds of everything.
It's just a mix. We're talking about Holocaust education, how there's sort of two schools of thought. Like, so one version is that the Holocaust is a unique event in history, it cannot be compared to anything, and the other is that it must be compared, it's instructive. And many of us, when you learn about the Holocaust growing up, especially in the West, we also learn about Armenian genocide, Rwanda genocide, and we see it as an instructive event in history that is a warning about the capacity of man to do evil and dehumanize the other. And so we're discussing how both sides of this Israel-Palestine debate tend to weaponize the memory of the Jewish Holocaust for their own political purposes. And so we're trying to explore when it's okay to invoke and when it cheapens it and when it's actually instructive.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts?
Any thoughts? I think are you asking me to opine on whether or not it's unique or it should be instructive?
It's okay to compare anything to the Holocaust.
Is it okay to compare anything to the Holocaust? Well, yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, good. So I'll give you an example.
Like, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
If people say Netanyahu is Hitler, is that okay?
No, I would make those comparisons, but like I would understand why someone makes them.
Is it okay to say the October 7 massacre was a Holocaust? Or compare, or just invoke the Holocaust.
No.
Say, it's the first atrocity since the Holocaust, the largest one since the Holocaust. Is it okay to make a comparative statement like that?
When Hamas went in and killed like some thousand Jews.
Yeah. Like, is it okay to say it's the largest massacre since the Holocaust? It's not okay to say that? Because
Do you mean okay as in like socially acceptable, or okay as in do you think it's true or reasonable?
Is it useful?
Useful.
And useful to who? Because some people say like the invoking of the Holocaust was a way to sort of push Israelis' trauma buttons and generate support for the war, right? It's not that it arguably could be one of the worst.
No, I think it's
the second one.
I think it's very ham-fisted to compare it to the Holocaust.
Yeah, I think the way they frame it is it's the worst massacre since the Holocaust. The worst massacre since the Holocaust of Jews.
What happened to the Jews? Yeah. I think comparing if we move it out to specifically be about Jews, so we talk about what kind of other event is it comparable to? Maybe 9/11 is something that.
Yeah, that actually is a much better apt comparison.
I think it's hyperbole. I think it's hyperbole, or an unfair or a false equivalence to compare the Holocaust to October 2nd. Is that the question? Oh.
No. Okay, so we're viewing. There's two ways Jews since the Holocaust, and thinkers and philosophers have fallen into two camps. Either the Holocaust is an exceptional tragedy in history you can never compare, and it represents something unique, because anti-Semitism is the worst kind of hate, and it's unique compared to all other types of hatred, and we need to put it on a pedestal, and it has to be the sacred cow that we never compare, right? Other Jews say we must compare. It's instructive because it warns us about the capacity of man for evil and to dehumanize each other, right? And so these are the two schools of thought. And with Israel-Palestine, both sides have sort of weaponized the memory of the Holocaust for their own political agenda. And so what we're exploring now is when it's acceptable and useful and instructive to invoke the Holocaust, and when it's offensive.
I still go to too soon.
Too soon for what? For the Holocaust? To compare to the
No, that's kind of like it's like well, you can't compare the impact in which like the incident that has happened. It's like, but it's too soon. That's what happens. It's like, well, okay, well, on the coin itself, it's like, well, if you can't compare the intensity, well, then is it too soon or too late?
So Daniel has an interesting comment. He's from Israel, and I really wish that Amrose was still here so she could give us like an overview of what it's like. I think in Israel it's far more taboo to compare things to the Holocaust than it is in America, where we take a more universalist, humanist perspective on Jewish ideals, right? And so they see anti-Semitism is very much at the forefront of Israeli culture. Everyone hates us. That's why we exist, and it's central to their narrative about why they exist. And so they have a much harder time saying any atrocities are similar to the Holocaust, or saying anything similar, or even comparing themselves, being introspective about themselves as the capacity of doing the very thing that used to oppress us. And so in America, though, we have a very different view. And the way we learn about the Holocaust is actually as an instructive event, where we do compare it to the Rwandan genocide, and we do compare it to the Armenian genocide. And in Hebrew schools and in day schools, when we learn about the Holocaust and Jewish history, we learn it through a prison. We see it as a warning. We make our great-grandparents' deaths meaningful by saying it it is a warning on the human capacity for evil, and we are all susceptible to this, and that human capacity to dehumanize the other. And this is why I think a fundamental difference between Israeli culture and American culture, and I think Daniel in the chat is actually highlighting a major gap between American and Israeli Jews. I really wish Emrose was here because she represents the far left in Israel, and she might have a different perspective. It might be in some schools they do see the Holocaust as instructive and something worth comparing.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Daniel, you want to come up? No, not this Daniel, the other Daniel Nero. You want to say something? I was talking about Israeli Daniel Leon. He's like in the chat.
Well, I think we should get a sample from other Israelis that left Israel and that like now live in Thailand. I wonder if they.
So guys, this really makes
Does anyone know any Thailander Israelis that could come?
They don't give a fuck.
I know, they're so over it.
They give two shits.
So yesterday, Buttercup, remember I made that comment on Never Again, right?
Yeah.
And it was a comparison based on like say empathy, exactly like how you probably see it as a Jew within the American paradigm. And like now that you're saying this, it's making sense. Because I made a comparison that Ambrose didn't get and immediately jumped at it out of like justified sensitivity, right?
Yeah.
And she said, no, we don't do that. We just don't do. All she's saying is we just don't compare it to anything.
Yeah.
Once the question was, I don't know, someone asked this like absurd hypothetical, like, what do you think is happening in the mind of like Palestinian, right? When he's going through atrocities.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think is happening in the mind of Palestinian?
Yeah, so I made a poetic comparison saying that he's probably thinking never again.
Like if I was Palestinian, I'd be like, let's stop this and let's rebuild.
That could be.
And it's Hamas that is.
All right, David,
David, I'm not going there. I made a poetic comparison, right? And I said, a child is perhaps thinking, never again do I want my children perhaps to see such atrocity. A mother is thinking, never again do I want.
But if they only had two options.
So, listen, I was giving a hypothetical. I was giving a poetic answer to that, kind of implying that surely, like, human empathy is uniform across the board in the human family. And that is the message I was trying to sort of convey, right? As a humanitarian.
Yeah, I think it was a little ambiguous. In her defense, it was a little ambiguous.
The question itself was a bit absurd, I think.
With all due respect, we've seen the humanitarian side of Hamas.
All right, David, you're missing the convo. You're not understanding the context. Keep up. Let me explain to you. I'm going to say it. I said it like 14 times. I'm going to say it again. Today, we're talking about two schools of thoughts in the Jewish community. Since you're from suburban Connecticut or New Jersey or whatever, tri-state area, you know, and you grew up around a lot of Jews, you know that the Holocaust is a big part of our narrative and our cultural history and our cultural heritage in the last 100 years. And one thing we talk about is there's two schools of thoughts. One is that you can never compare anything to the Holocaust. It's sacred. It's a sacred cow. And we should see it as a unique tragedy in history. And there are many unique characteristics of it. And it's true. On the other hand, many people in America, especially more liberal Jews in America, see the Holocaust as instructive, and we want our great-grandparents' deaths to mean something. And the way we make it mean something is we say we must compare things to the Holocaust and see it as a warning of the capacity of human man towards evil. This is the question we're talking about. We're not talking about Hamas. We're talking about whether or not we may or may not compare things, and when it's acceptable to compare anything to the Holocaust. That's the convo, David. Stay on topic. Thank you.
I thought that supporting Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel was how we memorialized the deaths of our ancestors.
That is sort of that is the narrative in Israel, which is why they tend to have a different relationship with the Holocaust than American Jews.
Yeah, I would agree with like being said. It's like the ongoing stabilism of the Jewish state is the most.
When's the last time you slept, David?
Okay.
Can we not like boost Buttercup's like ego anymore?
What do you mean? You're boosting my ego.
Buttercup, you're short and you need a step stool to get to the top shelf.
I was going to
That
make
is true.
Buttercup.
Call it a
I'm
hunch.
sorry. I was being mean. You are making a good point, David. Go.
No, I don't want to make it anymore.
No, he wasn't.
From your
He
ex-
was not.
from
I'm
your
sorry.
expertise as like a suburban,
New Jersey.
The only suburban he is suburban trash. So
suburban Peruvian. is
That's
also
redundant.
Wait, Docs.
suburban trash.
But yeah, I find it bizarre that no comparison can be made to something that is like placed at a pedestal wherein one is just not allowed to make any like comparison to a particular tragedy, a tragedy that like no one's calling it like by no means is it like less or by no means is someone being reductionist about it, and yet you're not supposed to. You're not given the freaking opportunity to make a comparison. Like, I think this is absurd.
Well, the
I'm gonna ask all.
American Jewish culture is full of comparisons. Like we've written so much amazing literature and art and music and movies, from like Philip Roth to Mel Brooks to Isaac Bashevis Singer, that kind of skewers the Holocaust and is irreverent towards it and finds humor in it and finds meaning and lessons in it. And this is part of our American Jewish culture, which is why I think there's a bit of a gap now between us and Israel, where their whole foundation of their narrative of why they exist has to do with sanctifying the Holocaust and making it an exceptional event. And it justifies their existence, so they're scared to touch it, you know.
Let's not forget Woody Allen.
Woody Allen, yeah. Look, this is just part of. This has become like art. I don't know. They were able to.
I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you that the opinions that I do admire are those that are friends that are all married to Latinas. So I'm going to get back to you on that and see what they think. No, to answer your question, not all of them are married to a goody lip.
So everyone can check out the chat if you want to see an example of like Israeli attitudes towards the Shoah and whether or not there are lessons for us and how we process it and make it meaningful. In Israel, they have other ways. They sanctify it, they elevate it, they put it, they make it sacred, right? And in America, we see it as something that we interpret in art and analyze and see lessons in. Azazel, you want to come up and talk about the Israeli experience and how you guys talk about the Holocaust?
So how do we compare it to Black History Month, to what happened to the blacks?
Oh, we did talk about that. Excellent point, Blessed. So
I didn't make a point, I asked a question.
So
Thank you, Blessed. That's actually very...
That's something we covered, actually. Stella, go ahead.
Shut the fuck up, Michael.
He said, why don't we compare it to Black History Month? Like, why?
I think somebody's mic's really low.
Yeah, if your mic's not.
What is the point of that? How are we comparing it to Black History? Like, we should have like a remembrance where we teach the Holocaust, or?
Okay, so the question is, I'm gonna say this again for the 100th time. There's two schools in Jewish thought and Jewish philosophy and Jewish community of how to talk about the Holocaust. On the one hand, people say you should never talk about it. It's a unique event in history. It's sacred, and it is unique in a lot of ways, and therefore you should never compare other atrocities in the world to the Holocaust. And other people say, and especially don't weaponize it for political purposes like people do all the time. The other side says you should compare the things to the Holocaust. In fact, many American Jews learn about the Holocaust and discuss the memory of the Holocaust by talking about the Rwandan genocide and all the other and the Armenian genocide. And we see it as a lesson, and our great-grandparents' deaths as meaningful when we actually use it as instructive, as a warning about the capacity of man towards evil and our capacity of man to dehumanize the other. And so then when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, some of us see echoes of it, but then all of a sudden our institutions who have been telling us to keep the memory of the Holocaust alive are suddenly silent and telling us to close our eyes and look the other way. And so this is sort of a theme, and I wanted to open up the question, because both sides in the Israel-Palestine conflict tend to weaponize the memory of the Jewish Holocaust for their own political gain. And so I wanted to without imposing my own beliefs on it, open the discussion about when it's acceptable and fair to invoke the memory of the Holocaust and when it's inappropriate. And many times it is inappropriate.
So you're telling me right now that the people in Gaza and the people that are in
pretending to identify as being Palestinian aren't weaponizing what happened in Gaza for their benefit?
I don't know what they're doing, but I'm saying like
All over social media.
Okay, I don't really care what they're doing. It's not my business. My problem is when I grew up, I
Why
was
am I getting
raised.
X's when you guys know it's true?
Because you're
Okay, so let
looking
me
for
respond.
something, you're not staying on
I
track.
am saying on it. We're talking
Okay, so let me. No, you made a point. So let me respond.
How
What I see, I think this is what I wanted to focus the conversation among Jews because there's a binary in the Jewish community about how to talk about the Holocaust. Okay, this has nothing to do with how Gazans talk about the Holocaust. It has to, or non-Jews.
We don't have
It's
a
about
book on
Jews
how to
about it.
talk about the Holocaust. I don't know
We
why
do.
you're
There are many,
opening
many
up a
books.
room about
There are
Holocaust, which is really
numerous books,
insensitive.
blessed. If you read a book, you'll know there are many books of Jewish thought that are cited in the article above about how to talk about the Holocaust. This is not a new concept. We've been talking about it since for 80 years. Okay, so let me respond to what you said. As a child of great grandkid of Holocaust survivors, I was raised, drilled into my head with these very bleak images of piles of body and emaciated children. And when the Gaza war broke out, at some point you start to see echoes. The things that they taught you and warned you about and tell you are instructive about humanity and our capacity for evil all of a sudden become relevant, regardless of whether or not it meets the criteria of a genocide. You can't not see those things that your Holocaust education drilled into your head growing up. But when I say it, all of a sudden, those very people who said, oh, never forget the Holocaust and see it as a warning for humanity about the capacity for evil are suddenly telling me that just kidding, don't look, like, this is not relevant. This is not comparable, and it's actually taboo to compare. And so we're trying to explore this paradox, right? That on the one hand, they told us it is instructive to compare, and now they're saying, just kidding.
Phoebe, is it okay to compare other atrocities though?
Love you, Buttercup. I love you.
Yeah, I love you too. And Mohammed.
You can't do that. Now he's gonna think you're his wife.
Yeah, in a very platonic way.
No, seriously, you gotta be very careful.
Megatron, I'm warning you, there's, I should, since that's kind of in your room, I should put a PSA. Any even slight conspiracy theory about Jews controlling the media or questioning the legitimacy of the Jewish Holocaust or any anti-Jewish conspiracy, you immediately get pushed down without finishing the thought, because that is what caused the Holocaust, and we're going to treat it with sensitivity to deserve.
I want to hear what maybe has first.
What was wrong with the first three versions of Buttercup?
She was a little bit too feisty. She became the enemies.
She was too anti-Semitic.
Fuck you. My crime, Bob, was being naive enough to think that humans have the capacity to live together and not kill each other for each other.
We can't.
I mean, I don't know what to think about the topic.
It's okay. You can just listen.
Well,
if your language is not English,
I want to add to the framing. Sorry, what? What's that?
You can only answer if English was not your first language.
He's trolling.
Always.
Bob.
Well, you're in luck. English is not my first language.
Okay, and do you have a mental disability by any chance?
Stop talking, sugar.
Well, I'm on this app.
Okay, you have the stage.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I think it's weird to say that it should never be talked about. So I guess I'm part of the second school, where it's like you should talk about it. I mean, it has value and being talked about. Let's open up for comparison. Maybe there aren't any. Maybe there are. Not talking about it seems weird. Like adopting this like defensive isolationist position of like, nobody ever talk about it. It's unique, and then you terminate the conversation. There seems really strange.
It's absurd. It's like not allowing humans to even cause their degradation and tragedy, or even if you want to put it on like the pedestal of all tragedies within a certain community or in the world, to not be allowed to make a comparison, it's rather absurd.
Do they actually mean don't talk about it at all, or don't compare it to anything else at all?
Yeah.
I think it's what you described, that you know how the way you described African Americans being offended when people compare things to slavery, I think it's something similar to that. It's a similar sensitivity where it is a unique atrocity in history, and people think that you should respect it and not cheapen it by saying, "Oh, a lesser tragedy is the same as the Jewish Holocaust, which was really, really shocking to the world and changed, irreparably changed us as humans, right?"
Then that's more like saying like Christ who died for us on the cross, and XYZ who died out of like self-sacrificing themselves for the greater good, sort of a thing. And then it would be natural to say, no, you don't compare Christ to these to mere mortals, right? Something like that.
Terrible example, but I get it.
See, so you see how it's very obtuse. It's how light is. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been this way. If you read the article above, you might have to use a paywall remover. Like, it sort of lays out the dichotomy, the binary in our community about how to talk about the Holocaust. And I think most people fall somewhere in between, but I think it depends also, like, politics has a big influence on it. So you find that people invoke the Holocaust. It's okay, they find it okay to invoke the Holocaust when it's for their own purposes, when they're saying, oh, October 7 was the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, which may be a true statement, but the invocation of the Holocaust is designed to push people's buttons and make them feel a certain way, right? And then those same people say, oh, if you compare, and make any comparison to what's happening in Gaza and the Holocaust, you're an anti-Semite, and you need to be excommunicated, and you're a Nazi, right? And so I think people on both sides, to be fair, have sort of weaponized the memory of our ancestors' brutal murder for their own purpose, their own political purpose.
I think that if you are correct, Buttercup, and this particular one-time event is called the Holocaust, and then people are trying to use it as a Holocaust, it starts to get a little bit weird. Now, if you were saying like the Holocaust, like this is comparative, like this is like the Holocaust, right?
The thing is, there isn't a Holocaust. It's a word that was created just for the Jewish Holocaust.
Right.
Like if you say genocide, it's one thing.
Yeah.
People are more offended when I say Holocaust than when I say genocide.
Well, then I think that there could be a good legitimate reason for people to feel a certain kind of way if you're saying this is like a Holocaust rather than saying this is like the Holocaust. Does that make sense?
Right, and I think their argument is there is no a Holocaust. There is only the Holocaust.
I can see
There was
that.
a word that was.
I can see that.
And the truth is, it's gratuitous. I don't need to say the children of the Holocaust committed a Holocaust. I could be more sensitive and say the children of the Holocaust are committing a genocide, or the children of genocide are creating a genocide, right? And that would be a gentler way to say it. When I say the children of the Holocaust are committing a Holocaust, I'm trying to be intentionally provocative. I know it's going to hurt people a little bit more because it refers to a unique event in history that affected all of our grandparents. I'm usually talking to Jews when I talk like that. I wouldn't talk to Gentiles that way because I know that they're not it doesn't have the same emotional attachments, right? It is like when I use that type of language, Stella, it's like I am trying to be provocative and maybe a little bit shocking because the word Holocaust or Shoah is sort of a sanctified word. It is like it refers to only one event.
Would you be shocking in order to like expose the hypocrisy? Are you saying?
That's what I'm doing, yeah, because I personally am deeply pained by what's happened, and I think that what's happened in Gaza has sort of undermined everything that we thought we stood for as Jews, and sort of pulled the rug out from under us about our values and what it meant to be a Jew and what it meant to make our great grandparents' deaths meaningful. And so I'm trying to be provocative and shocking when I talk to my family and friends this way, because I am deeply pained by what's happening. It's shattered my.
You don't think Jews are trying to prevent what happened to them before, like the Holocaust, that to not happen again? That you don't see that. You really don't see that. That's what's going on.
Yeah, of course. I'm saying we also, but when we
So
read about
if
the
you
Holocaust.
see that, if you say, of course, you see that that's what's going on, Then what's the issue?
Because
So Jews are trying to prevent the second Holocaust.
trying to prevent that from happening to you again doesn't give you a free pass to do it to someone else.
We're not doing it to someone else. We're trying to prevent that from happening, so we're
As
defending ourselves.
usual, the nuances are like way over your head, so keep up. We're talking about terminology.
I am up. The problem is you're behind. And the world sees your guys' bullshit. If you guys think that you're winning the narrative and the propaganda war, but you think
There's no
because
propaganda war. We're
hold on,
having
I'll tell you why. So you see an Instagram post and you think because it has 400,000 likes that you're winning and the world agrees with you. But if you actually go into the comments, you'll see that everybody's against you. The pro-Pali movement. People are against the fucking movement. They just you spend a lot of money on fucking putting up posts, but if you ask people and families and regular civilians, they're sick and tired of the lies. They see right through it.
Thank you for sharing, BB.
Mr. BB.
I don't think we should engage with him.
Why not? Nobody asked you to think for everybody.
Please, BB.
Yes.
We cannot compare. We know exactly what happened in Kwartzow. We know exactly. We cannot compare it with any other massacre. What happened?
No, I'm not. With all due respect, sir, I'm not. I'm saying that the Jews or Israel's trying to prevent that
Let
from
him finish his
happening again.
statement. Let him finish his statement.
Don't interrupt when two adults are talking.
You interrupted.
No, I didn't. I'm engaging with them.
No, let him finish and then respond.
We understood from the deep of our heart, from the taste of suffering we got it from the occupation, what happened to us as a Palestinian. We know exactly what is the meaning to stand in queue in a fucking chamber. To get in the chamber, to jump in the fucking chamber.
Guys are
Listen to me.
so fucking
Listen to me. Just listen to me. We know. We exactly know. This is why.
Fea, look up Fea in Spanish, what it means. That's exactly what you are, Fea. Desgraciado.
The Holocaust of the Jewish people, we pay a very high price for that massacre. You got what I mean? We still pay the price. You got what I mean?
You paid the price for the massacre you caused? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
the Holocaust. They're paying
Hold on. Let him speak, Buttercup.
You're not understanding.
I want to speak with
Except
him.
for the Holocaust.
Why is he paying the price for the Holocaust?
Because
That's
this
the
is
question.
what happened in Palestine. The result. We get rid of the Nazi regime not because they are Christians or
Who got rid of the Nazi regime?
They are bullshit.
Who got rid of the Nazi regime?
They are a Nazi
Who got rid of the Nazi regime? You
It's a
didn't.
nightmare for
Who
the
did?
human being.
Who got rid of the Nazi regime?
Nightmare. My friend.
My friend, who got rid of the Nazi
I
regime?
feel sorry, still feel sorry about you. I feel sorry about you.
Listen,
I know.
who got rid of the
Because
Nazi
I am your
regime?
destiny. You know why? I feel sorry about you because I am your destiny. You got what I mean?
No, I
Even
don't
if you
really
wanna
understand.
see it.
There's a communication breakdown. So
Even
who got rid of the Nazi regime? You just said you did. Your people did.
the world stand
world.
together.
The world or the wars?
Stand together to get out with this nightmare
Yeah.
Nazi regime. Not because they are Christian, not because they are Orthodox or Jewish or whatever. Not that they are because they are Buddhist, because they are a fucking nightmare for all the humanity. This is the point. And we pay a price. When you came, the first immigrant.
Do you think that? Hold on. So you think Jews just started coming to Israel after the Holocaust?
Of course, we live together.
Okay, well, how can I communicate with this guy? He's a fucking retard.
Before the Holocaust, before
There was no Jews in Israel before the Holocaust, is what you're telling me?
during the Ottoman period. Listen, please.
What European Jews? He's
Stay
exactly
with the finish of
Jews.
the Holocaust. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You're saying that there was no Jews in Israel before the Holocaust?
That's what he's talking about. You're intentionally being attentive to.
No, I'm not. Who else heard what he just said?
No, you're listening. You're half listening. Just listen.
Shut the fuck up, Bronstein. What did he say?
Shut the fuck up.
He's pointing out that Palestinians have been paying the price for the Holocaust for 80 years, okay? And they suffered. And they,
Stop
and
being
they're
a
not,
fucking victim. Do something productive. You
they're
guys
not
get more money
unsympathetic
than
to the Holocaust, but they have been paying the price for the Holocaust.
Yeah, I know. They're
Price
paying
for
the
our
price so
people.
dearly. That's why they're digging tunnels in order to terrorize people. Stop, man.
Why should y'all guys be the only victims now?
We're not victims. That's the problem. We're victors.
We're not
victims. That's the problem. You guys want us to be victims. We're not.
Well, like by tomorrow, you
This
know what
conversation's
you
getting
did
derailed.
in
Vivi, I'm
Gaza.
sorry.
Please, sorry. What you did in Gaza, you know what you did. Exactly. We saw it, you know, on videotape, live, what you did. It is different than 1948. Not much people
Wait
can
your
see.
turn. It's a super.
Yeah, so you're telling me, okay, hold on. Listen, the problem is,
Tomorrow, if you make
people are gonna yell at me, but
if you make a vote tomorrow in Gaza,
Mood, let me ask you a question.
Come on, man.
Let me ask you a question, Mood, without being interrupted.
Same like
So you saying, hold on, Mood, can I ask you a question, Mood? Without respect, sir. So you're saying the world, and I don't want to be interrupted. So the world seeing, so who's right here? Oh. So you're saying the world's seen it through video and Instagram and Facebook and all that, right? Correct? Hello? Mood.
He watched the videos.
Hold on. Mood. So did the world also see the Nutella stores, the restaurants that were still open during the whole time that the world was seeing these fake videos come out? Did the world see that these restaurants that were still open inside Gaza, that there's still buildings still standing inside Gaza? Or did they only see the part that the world wanted, that the propagandists wanted you to see? Like the rubble, destruction, and fake fucking tears. Like, come on, man. How does a fucking whole room of people still not understand what's going on here? 70,000 people dead, that's way too many. Absolutely, I agree with that.
Okay.
But 70,000 out of 2 million people in 2 years? You don't think that's precision striking?
All right.
What's the matter with that? Well, why can't I speak when I have something to say? Why do you want to shut me down? But I'm asking Mood. He's saying that the world's seen it. Did the world see the restaurants? Mood. Did they see the restaurants that were open? Why didn't you answer?
Okay, you're taking it out of. Okay,
Well, I'm not taking anything out of context. He said the world's seen what happened in Gaza.
You're getting derailed and this is boring.
Baby, you're yelling. Can you take a Xanax and chill, bro?
He's gonna go in the audience until he calms down.
Can we get back on the topic?
Yeah, so to recap the topic, I don't know if you hear the intro, Igor? Basically, we're talking about Jews, how there's like a binary about how to talk about the Holocaust. Some people say it is instructive and we should compare things to it, and they learn about the Holocaust by talking about the Rwandan and the Armenian genocides, and they say it's instructive about how the capacity of man for evil, and we must learn and make our great grandparents' deaths meaningful. And then the other half say it's an exceptional event in history. It's horrific. It was industrialized killing, and we must treat it, sanctify it, make it like a something that can never be compared. Right.
Yeah, I agree
And
that we shouldn't compare.
Really?
Because I think there is like events in history who have different. When I say that doesn't need to be compared, that doesn't mean that the other crimes are small or anything, right? But I think that the Holocaust is like specific event in the history that actually, and I think most of academic agreement that is like was industrial killing and stuff like that, and it's very unique. So when we starting comparing that with other crimes that happened, like let's say in World War II, the genocide of the Serbs in Croatia, that kill around 500,000 people in camps, it's also different than the Holocaust that happened to the Jews, right?
But can't we say every genocide is unique and not compare the two? Say they're like apples to apples is one thing, but to just say to make it meaningful and say we learn from this about the capacity of humans to become evil or to dehumanize the other, then makes actually the tragedy more meaningful for a lot of us who are descended from Holocaust survivors, right?
Yeah, I agree that we shouldn't forget that and we should learn about that and that never should happen again, right? And then if we have education about Holocaust, we will prevent genocide, other massacres, war crimes. I agree with that.
But if you're comparing something that is not parallel with the Holocaust and making the same, how do you say it in English?
Equivalency?
I don't think that's fair, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, for example, I think when we're comparing some massacre and genocide, that we need to be precise, right? We can't say that every war crime is a genocide. In the same way, I think that we can't say that every genocide is like a Holocaust. So I don't believe that Holocaust, and by the way, that word was used like even before the World War II, with a little bit different meaning after 45 or something, starting to be very uniquely to the Jewish
Oh, really?
suffering.
I didn't know
Yes.
that.
Yeah, so point I'm making is that, like, for example, for me, the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide are totally two different things because the motivation was different, the execution was different, the hatred was different. So I think this is like uniquely Nazi ideology that was affected to Jews, right? You can make argument that, like I said, many Serbs died, many Slavs died, Gypsies, homosexuals, but the level on the hate Nazis to the Jews, they were like, I don't want to offend anybody, but they were saying they're not human, right?
Right.
And then you have the second tier that were Slavs and so and so, right? So again, they have like very detailed plan how to do that, industrialized that we didn't see, for example, in Armenian genocide or Holodomor or in Ukraine, when they have different motives what happened. So I don't think that we should like kind of water it down.
But aren't there common threads? Okay, so I guess to Jews though, like when we were sort of brainwashed from birth to talk about and memorialize the Holocaust, right? And we were seeing these images, and I think to me, like as a Jewish person who takes my cultural heritage and this legacy pretty seriously, like when I see things happening in Gaza at the hands of, in the name of Jews by the Jewish state, regardless of whether it meets the criteria of a genocide under international law, regardless if it was provoked or not, which of course the Holocaust was not provoked, regardless of these like distinguishing characteristics, to me, like I think it's valid for me to see echoes of what my great grandparents went through in the images that are coming out, and to me, like it makes it's an affront, it's insulting to their deaths to not use it as instructive, to use their memory and of their tragedy as instructive.
Are you like trying to gaslight people by saying that you take your Judaism serious? Like, Buttercup, are you serious?
All right, you know what? Go down. Go ahead.
Okay, so for example, my family, or my grandmother was slaughtered by Croatian in the camp, right? Of the eyes of my grandmother, right? So if somebody starting to kind of making the same argument that what happened to the Serbs in World War II and what happened, like, let's say, in NATO bombing in 1999, and we have those cases, I'm kind of getting offended because then you're kind of towing down what happened to my family, right? In both cases, we suffered, but the level of suffering is different. So that's why I don't think that we should. Listen, I'm for absolute free speech, so everybody can say whatever they want. But when we talk about these things, historical things, maybe legal, political, I think that we should use it like I'll give you a last example. Shut up, I promise. So when I agree with Selma when she's saying like child slavery should be maybe compared to child slavery in Russia that was existed until the Peter the Great. But other than that, I think it's bad. The last thing I will say, I think that at the end of the day, we should learn about this atrocity, like to learning, right, and to understand that humans are possible to do that. But we necessarily shouldn't compare those things. For example, when they're saying Trump is Nazi, and I'm not like MAGA or right winger or something American saying they're Nazi, it's kind of, for me, the family who have the problem with the Nazis in World War II is kind of dishonest and kind of, I'm not getting offended, but I think it's like water downing stuff. And in that regard, I don't think we should like compare the Holocaust with any other genocide. Does that make sense?
It does, and that's a really valid point. You made a bunch of really valid points, and I thought that was an interesting comparison about your family's experience in Croatia. I want to, on the flip side, people call MAGA, people throw the word Nazi around pretty lightly, right? Sometimes in a tongue-in-cheek way, sometimes in a serious way, but like people on the flip side, that was another point I was trying to make, is a lot of people weaponize the Holocaust and its memory for their own political purposes. So like Jewish people and pro-Israel people on this app are very easily classified by me and Emrose, for example, as capos, which are in their our history as worse than Nazis, like the Colombians,
A little something. Roses for my favorite
because they perceive the war in Gaza as genocide, right? And they see that as like a traitorous position.
Sure, you have idiots all around. But the point I'm making is that there is a similarity. And when this war started, I actually said that in case in 90s in wars, like in the Serbian mindset, there was that trauma of the World War II and excuse for atrocity that we did, right? There was a fear that they will do the same, right? So it's nothing like unique on what you're saying, that a lot of countries, because of previous traumas, using that language and trying to justify something that is wrong, and I'm rambling now, but yeah, I understand.
I agree that it cheapens it. Like I also hear people say the word, like a lot of lefty Israelis use the word Judeo-Nazis, citing this guy, a really smart guy, an earlier Zionist who died, Leibovich, right? He coined the term Judeo-Nazis to criticize his own government's sort of like slide into Jewish supremacy and fascism, which he said resembled what they had, the previous generation had experienced, right? And that is like an internal criticism in Israeli society that like the left in Israel has sort of adopted, but when I hear it, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, why would you call people Nazis? It just flattens the conversation. It's not apt. It's dishonest. It cheapens the evil that the Nazis did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with that, and that's why.
Like, I don't like when they call me a capo, but I also don't think we should call them Judeo-Nazis. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I mean, like in the American or Western discourse. We are in the stage that we're throwing some words very lightly, like Nazis, racist. A lot of right-wingers will call Kamala Harris communist or Bernie Sanders because maybe don't understand what communism is or was, right, and stuff like that. So in that discourse, I'm kind of against that. Again, I'm saying I'm for absolute free speech. So everybody can say, but if we're talking about intellectual level, academic level, I think we should like kind of be careful what labels we're using. So.
That was really helpful. I think I want to Sella's point about like comparing things to slavery, American, black slavery in America, or to your point about comparing things, different genocides to each other. I think I'm curious to hear from other people about their cultural experiences and lived experiences about like ancestral trauma that your family gets offended by when there's comparisons are made, and if you find that it cheapens it, or if it's not an apt comparison, it makes you it triggers an emotional reaction.
Buttercup, I wanted to ask you, like,
yeah,
what goes through your mind, or what goes through you, either emotionally or otherwise, when the Holocaust, given the scale of the Holocaust, and how gratuitous, excessive the suffering, what goes through your mind when that is compared to something of a lesser magnitude? I know I'm not saying that life is just a matter of numbers, like more death is, we're doing the arithmetic of
yeah, I know what you're saying. So I guess it depends on the context.
Legitimately, what is it that you sense? Do you feel that it's being diminished in ways?
So it depends on the context. So in America, I think American Jews have sort of found humor and subversive sort of dark gallows humor in the Holocaust since like the early days. From like, we've made a lot of art and literature, even Seinfeld, right? There's a soup Nazi. We evoke the Holocaust in a humorous way, and it's one way of coping with trauma, right? And it's become sort of a cultural touch point in American culture, and that was sort of something that the Jews sort of created this model of how to joke about your ancestral trauma and these atrocities, even though, and not making it sort of a sacred cow that can't be touched, right? And I tend to have a little bit of a irreverent approach approach to the Holocaust, because I also grew up with these like dark pictures and like drilled into my head, and it was kind of annoying. And so to me, one way to deal with that is to be like a little irreverent with that topic and maybe callous, right? But I think when it starts to apply to the genocide in Gaza, people start to get it's a little too real, because I'm basically calling. I'm not just joking about you. Oh wow, you're being a grammar Nazi. I'm saying something that I'm raising something that's a very inconvenient truth, which is that Jews are sometimes the perpetrators, right? Like, and that maybe we've become the very thing that used to oppress us, and that is a tougher pill to swallow. And I when I make that comparison, I know I'm hurting people, but I feel like it's necessary. It's like I feel like when you love someone, you tell them hard truths, and I know it's painful. And it took me a long time to say the word genocide about this war, even though I believed it was one, because I knew the second I said it, I was causing people pain, and I knew it was hurting them in a way, in a visceral, existential way, and like I didn't want to do that, but then now I feel we have to save to what things that we cherish, our values, what we stand for, who we are. We're having sort of like an identity crisis and a spiritual crisis that requires us to have hard conversations, and use hard language. That is.
Yeah. So you would say that. So you would say that things like the magnitude of suffering, the magnitude of death.
No, I would never say it's apples to apples. Okay, I always acknowledge that the Holocaust was not provoked, and the Gaza, what I consider to be genocide, was provoked, right? And I also, as a journalist, I always put this qualifying language, what I consider to be genocide, right? Like the courts haven't decided, but I consider to be genocide. That way, it gives me cover, right? And so I'll say stuff like that, but obviously I acknowledge that Hamas exists and embeds itself within civilians. These are realities, but it doesn't change the fact that Israel has culpability for its actions and the way it executed its war, right? And I always point out that there are things that are similar, like the industrialized killing, the invention of new technologies to kill on a mass scale that removes culpability from the killers, right? Like when you use AI to generate targets and have drones committing the killings, then there's no one to feel guilty. No one feels personally responsible, right? And like there are comparisons to the ghettoization of the Jews, right? Where they rationed, there's like man-made famine where a million Jews, including many of my relatives, died in ghettos because the Nazis rationed the admission of food and aid, and most people died from exposure to elements and starvation and things like that, and disease, and that's similar to conditions on the ground that are being created in Gaza. I'm not saying it's an apples to apples identical to the Holocaust, but I'm saying there's common strains that if you're a Jewish person whose great-grandparents died and like you were raised with Holocaust, the typical Jewish American narrative about the Holocaust and Jewish history, you should see these warning signs. These red flags should pop up to you, and pointing them out is not anti-Semitic. It's not a betrayal of our values. In fact, it's an expression of our values.
Buttercup, don't you just see on the very face of it that using language like just how divisive this comparison.
Yeah, keep going.
You just not see that on its very face how divisive this comparison is, and it's like.
Of course I see it. My family is like deeply hurt.
It is almost no, but it's like almost like intentionally doing something to get someone's attention, to bring their awareness to something maybe, or it has a rhetorical effect. But it seems like this is the wrong way to go about it, to compare Gaza to, the Holocaust.
Okay. So I think I pointed out, I'm always willing, when I talk to my people, not non-Jews. I understand how non-Jews, a lot of people on the outside who have no skin in this tend to be a bit ignorant about the situation. So to them, I wouldn't run around floating Nazi Holocaust analogies because it's overly simplistic to someone who's not aware of the nuances. But to my people who have been following Israel closely for their whole life and have found Israel's policies increasingly hard to defend and increasingly incompatible with their liberal values, right, over the years, and it's culminated in the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, as it's described in mainstream and widely described. I think it's a fair conversation to have as people whose identity is so shaped by this major traumatic event that nearly wiped them out in Europe, including my great grandparents. Okay, it shapes our narrative about who we are, Daniel. This is a formative part of our identities, and it shapes our values. It's the way we teach our kids to conduct themselves. It's the way we teach our kids to look at the world, and to suddenly turn a blind eye and close our eyes when we see red flags or similarities, regardless of it, whether or not it meets the legal criteria of a genocide, is to betray our values. It's to betray the core of what it is to be an American Jew, Daniel. So I'm just teaching you, maybe you don't know a lot of American Jews, but this is core to our identities and core to our value system.
Sorry, guys, I'll land here and I'll ask the last question.
No, go ahead.
The idea is, all right, well, you want to inspire within Jews this idea that, hey, look what we're becoming. We're becoming just like those that
What's the process?
we're becoming Nazis. That's what you're saying to a Jew. And you're expecting that to be something that is going to be edifying or fruitful in any sense. And it's not. Why would that ever be? Why would that ever produce the type of change or the type of awakening that you want? By comparing Jews to the people that mass executed them. Like, what? Why? Why would you think that would be a helpful way?
First of all, Daniel, I'm actually against calling any particular people Nazis, right? When people call me a capo, I think that's wrong. It's criminal. I am against using words like Judeo-Nazi, which is popular in the Israeli left, right? I don't use these words. I think it's flattening, and I think an individual, we're all parts of systems, and we need to take that consideration, and we're not God, right? But I think it's instructive to use our cultural heritage and our history the way we've been taught to use it, and this is foundational. And I'm sorry that you find that offensive, but this is something Jews have been doing throughout our history, and I think if you learn a little bit more, and you read the article above, you'll learn about how this has been foundational about the way we talk about ourselves and the way we interpret and make our great-grandparents' tragedy meaningful, Daniel. And so for you to take that away is taking away the meaning that I make out of my great-grandparents' horrific killing.
Buttercup, you're very straight up. I'll read it. But thank you for answering it.
Buttercup, let me know. Not gonna be about you personally.
I think you should pass on it. Buttercup, you're very, very thoughtful, but I think you should put the Reconquista in a larger context. And I'll be very succinct here, Buttercup, but as soon as the Muslims succeed in taking over Israel, they'll go on to reconquer Spain and Christian areas. It doesn't end with Israel, Buttercup.
This is not the convo. You're going down. This is a narrow convo. It's about. I wanted to talk specifically in a dialogue that's been happening in Jewish community since the Holocaust. I want to continue the conversation and expand it, zoom out a little bit from people who have experienced other types of genocide and atrocities in their ancestral in their family history, and how they are sensitive to it, and the way you navigate these delicate. Sensibilities around talking and comparing to their families' traumas. Okay, that's the conversation. I don't really care to vilify any particular group right now.
Have you spoken about? Did Leibovich come up or not?
Yeah, I did. I mentioned it, but I think you should talk more. I wanted actually to ask you earlier because I was talking about how in America, how we learn about Holocaust education, and we see it specifically as something that as instructive, that we should compare to subsequent. We learn it in the context of the Rwandan genocide and the Armenian genocide, and this is part of our culture. For many of us, is part of our Holocaust education. And I think in Israel, I just wanted to know if it's a little bit more taboo to compare things to the Holocaust, or if it's more accepted. I wanted to know.
Nothing is compared to the Holocaust here. There's no such thing, Holocaust education. It's just a Holocaust, and it's always there.
No, there is. There's deliberate programs to send high school kids to Poland. There are curriculum. There are.
Did you go to school in Israel? Do you have children in school in Israel? No. Then can you let me talk?
But these
One sentence.
She's right. Give her a chance. Go ahead, Hemmer.
Yeah, dude.
I'm a chief.
Okay, mute. It's your background noise. Thank you. What he was referring to is in senior years in high school, usually 11th grade. Mine was 11th grade. Certain students, not all of them, usually it's those who can afford it, and sometimes there's a pro bono, go on what they call, and I'm sorry, but it's a Holocaust industry. They take you for a week, your whole class. You go and see concentration camps, ghettos. We went to all over Poland and a little bit of the Czech Republic, and it's insane. Looking back at it, you understand the level of indoctrination that happens there. It's and it's weird.
But whereas
Thank you for agreeing with me that there is. Thank you for agreeing with me that there is deliberate Holocaust education, which is exactly what
the state doesn't pay for it.
Excuse me.
The state doesn't pay for it.
Excuse me. I was making a modest point. You said that there is no Holocaust education. I disagree. There are Holocaust education programs all around the country, including the one that you mentioned. So don't lie.
So let her.
Don't lie.
If you waited long enough, you'd hear her make the point. Now stop.
First of all, the state doesn't fund it.
Fucking liar! I didn't say the state funded it. Emrys, if you have no capacity to actually listen, seriously, you are really difficult to have a conversation with. It's your word on the highway. This is not how you convince people. This is not how you convince people. You are unbearable.
Okay.
It's not about your politics. It's not your politics. It's your approach. Unbearable.
You're being petty. Okay,
sentences.
Okay, but remember, I have a question about your.
Oh, take the key.
Shut up, dude. All right, you're going down. Sorry. So, Emrose, I think what the dichotomy I wanted to point out is that in America, in a lot of liberal Jewish education programs, we talk about it as instructive, as this is something that can happen to anyone, and it's a warning about the human capacity to do evil. And the way you learn it is, I think, and the documentaries I've read about your Holocaust education trips to Poland, is it's more that everyone hates us. It's uniquely a thing that happens to Jews, right?
It's not just the Holocaust trips. It's that you have the international, I think, memorial. We have the international one and the local one. The Holocaust Memorial Day is a few days before it's all combined together. So you'll have the Holocaust Memorial Day, then you will have the Memorial Day for those who fell protecting the country or in terror attacks, and then you will have the Independence Day. They link it all together intentionally, right? So from kindergarten, from the second year in the public education system, you are exposed to the Holocaust, and a lot before that. And there's a perpetuation. I'm sorry, I'm going to be honest, and this is my point of view. Most people probably will lose their shit when I say this. Zionist propaganda exploits the Holocaust all the time, and it's a disgrace. It really is. And Norgus, I can say something about Iran that actually relates to that. But look, the Holocaust happened, but the perpetuation of the victimhood, whether it's the Holocaust or or October 7th, or the level of intensity that they perpetuate what happened to us, what did to us, is intentional. It's designed to maintain this victimhood and persecution and existential fear and vengeance. It's not a mistake. And yes, the Holocaust is being exploited, and there's nothing more dishonorable, despicable, and demonic than using the Holocaust as an excuse to commit another. And there's actually no word for Holocaust.
Where does this stash belong to that legendary crystal meth cook? Gets you trusted glassware and cash, and surprisingly cozy, like 1,000 tiny expensive pillows. Security, you can sure thought it'd be stretched out on a mountain of iPhones. Where does this stash belong to that legendary crystal meth cook? Gets you trusted glassware and cash, and surprisingly cozy, like 1,000 tiny expensive pillows. Security, you can sure thought it'd be stretched out on a mountain of iPhones. Where does this stash belong to that legendary crystal meth cook? Gets you trusted glassware and cash, and surprisingly cozy, like 1,000 tiny expensive pillows. Security, you can sure thought
it's just part of your everyday life. You don't need education.
Thought it'd be stretched out on a mountain of iPhones. Where does this stash?
Yeah. And I think that is a. So that was a point I made earlier.
Trying to fix it right in the forehead.
People
This is even the tape they sent
exploit
me.
the memory of the
Like a hit in the
Holocaust
face.
for political purposes all the time. And there is a way to talk about the Holocaust that is instructive and informative and useful, and there are ways that are less useful.
One of the reasons I do what I do is because maybe if somebody did it, then some of our families would still be alive. If somebody did it for them, it's probably like complete country that will have any impact. But yeah.
Well, but
Hello?
I mean, if anything, like Buttercup was saying, like it becomes a benchmark where all comparisons made to it, as unique as it is, give you like a moral, or like what Ambrose was saying, would avert such events like from happening all over again. Surely there's a reductionist, there's a reductionist approach, and then there's a hyperbolic approach, right? Where both would not do justice to a particular event in history that is like so grave and tragic. But to say that there are no common denominators, I think it's just rather bizarre, because the common denominator would be human suffering, would be the loss of like lives on a large scale, systemic oppression, racism, etc., etc. So these become like benchmarks by which we could sort of like compare, to some extent, if not everything, tragedy to something that is like a bigger tragic event. Again, I'm finding it rather bizarre to like isolate a certain event and say nothing can be compared to it.
there is other comparison. Like we did point out for Black people, chattel slavery is a similar thing that people cheaply compare, casually compare to that are very offensive. But I did want to say, to Daniel's point, like when I talk to my fellow Jews or to my family members and I invoke the Holocaust, I'm doing it deliberately, intentionally to be provocative. I do always qualify it because I know what they're thinking. I know exactly what's going through their mind. Oh, but we didn't start the war. Oh, but they embed themselves in civilian populations. Oh, but XYZ Hamas. So I always say it's not apples to apples.
But that means you're equating it to what's happening in Gaza.
Yes. When I talk to my family about what's happening in Gaza, I do try to qualify it. I use
That's a personal equation. It's not.
Are you interrupting me, David, or do you need to go down in timeout? So when I talk to my family about it, I'm just simply invoking my own family history that's also their family history in like a personal, intimate way that is like among friends, and we don't have to worry about what the anti-Semites are going to say or whatever, you know. And I think it's important because we have this shared history, and it's important, and I'm intentionally using provocative language, but I do always use qualified language too and say, well, it's not apples to apples and XYZ is different. There are these commonalities, and this is what they raised us. This is our culture. This is what they raised us to look out for. And to suddenly close our eyes and develop this like blind spot is a betrayal of our culture, of that education that you gave.
You know, David,
Can I respond to Rose really quick? I just wanna, it's gonna be really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
It's
My
not
time.
gonna be. So, Rose, I when you said propaganda or something, right? So through the years, well, let's just use a 2,000 year, or actually, 2,000 year mark in Jerome. Jews have been thrown out of this country, that country. This constant sort of disdain or blaming things on this particular group. Then things get up again, and then they bring up these things from the past. And they get exiled again and pushed away and pushed away. And then let's just skip to the Black Plague against the Ashkenazis. They start are killing Jews merely.
Okay, can you make your point? We all know this history. You're not educating us.
Because they're hand. But no. But the thing with Melrose is that he's not actually remembering all these steps.
Of course she is. This is foundational to our narrative about ourselves. What are you talking about?
That got to the point where they were being systematically killed.
Buttercup, what is the joke about Jewish holidays?
Because it's you guys don't want to have comment. You guys just want to hear us.
You're not. Make your points. Like if you're 10 seconds to be a president, you're giving us a look.
I hear he runs his own cultism program in
the
cults.
oppression that we've experienced in history. We all fucking know that we're Jews. Anything else?
Tried to kill us. They failed.
That shows who we are. What are you fucking saying?
He's disregarding it and pointing out and saying, "Oh well, it's."
אתם יודעים מה אנחנו ניצולי, בטרקה, את יודעת
Sorry, you guys don't want to hear objections. I'll just listen.
just hold on.
Yes.
את יודעת מה אכלו ניצולי שואה במחנות ריכוז?
No.
There's a saying in Hebrew called "new." New means get to the point quick.
So you see, I told Buttercup a joke in Hebrew that I will not repeat in English because this is like a joke that every sixth grader in Israel knows.
Wait, what does it mean?
I'm not gonna say. It's a really vile Holocaust joke if people don't, because it's none of your business. But the thing is that the way that I think is very different than the way we look at it. Like very, very, very different.
It's true that you bring onto the stage people that are stupid. I'm trying to say something. You bring onto the stage people that are stupid and long-winded, and it's a terrible combination because these stupid people take hours and hours, and it gets boring as hell.
I know this. We're rushing him.
For the record, I have 2 PhDs, for the record.
But I did want to say something, and please don't jump. Okay, there's a relevancy to the Holocaust, and not just because it's a Jewish Holocaust, because it changed the world. After that, things changed.
Where does this stash belong down like Mary Crystal Meth? Guess he trusts the
gone too far as a species. Like we need to have boundaries. The genocide, Geneva Convention, the genocide definition.
Coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country.
The Geneva Convention was written because of World War II. So that's the importance of that, and that is why it's always been
You're fucking dumb and stupid, motherfucker. You're a fucking terrorist, motherfucker, and you have fucking explosives in Jerusalem.
The fact is that, I'm sorry, but if we're doing the genocide in the United States, it will be that way. It will be that way. This is like that.
I just think this is a wonderful room, Buttercup, and in all your spaces, there's such a basic between, I would say, the Kahani brand and the people who support their Kahani to have their voice. But then there's also peacemakers, and we need to hear. Please let me finish. I'm not interrupting you. I'm about to finish my plane. There's no need to interrupt me. I come to your space, Buttercup, because I want the smartest and most succinct supporters of Mayor Kahani here, and I want the smartest and most succinct peaceniks, and I want to hear an honest, open debate, and I implore you to kick the retards off the stage because they make the room boring, and I'm done speaking, but...
Thank you for the feedback. I think Emrose, when we talk about
him or I love him.
So when we talk about Mayor here, we kind of talk about it in a tongue-in-cheek way to represent like sort of the Zionists, and then we talk about the lefties. Some people call them the Nukhba left. Like we just use it in a tongue-in-cheek way. He doesn't actually mean Kahana supporters, right, Ryan? You just mean like the pro-Israel propagandists.
Well, when I refer to Kahani supporters, and I live in a community with many supporters of Mayor Kahani, they are... Yeah, I do. Yeah, please let me finish, Buttercup. You know I'm your biggest fan on Clubhouse. I live in a community with many supporters of Mayor Kahani who have their children read They Must Go as their first book. I'm about to land my plane. Please let me finish. I'm about to land my plane. I also live among woke, leftist, self-hating Jews that want all Jews to leave Israel and give it to Palestinians. So I live among both communities, and I love hearing the two communities debate. And that's the reason I come in your room. And I implore you, Buttercup, kick the retards out of the room and invite smart people on stage. And I'm fucking done speaking.
Thank you, Ryan. I'll take it as
Can I just point something out? It's really weird that
you were telling
half self-hating Jew and you all are and like acting like this is your country. You don't live here. You don't. This involves you in many different ways, but you don't live here. So respectfully, come back.
Yeah, I think this is just sort of we're having sort of an identity crisis and a crisis of like just in general as Jews, like we don't really know what it means because we don't have the luxury of being Jews just by virtue of being Israeli. Like we have to engage with it in some way philosophically and be really neurotic and be hyper vigilant about anti-Semitism or some shit. Like we don't really know how to be Jews, and so a lot of the foundations or what they said it meant to be a Jew in America and the diaspora and the things we engage with to make ourselves feel like we're an ethnic group and a sense of peoplehood. All of those things are they're sort of like there's a lot of hypocrisy because then when there's an actual what I consider to be a genocide and things actually do those warning signs they warned us about are happening in Gaza in our names. They're telling us to close our eyes in the Holocaust museums and the ADL, the institutions are saying, no, this is something else and we must never compare, you know? So I think it's just sort of
Buttercup, you said you don't have the luxury of being Jewish just by the sake of being Israeli. I don't have the luxury of being Jewish without being complicit in occupation, genocide, and oppression. You have that advantage.
We do, and I should appreciate it more. That I don't live in a war zone, and I think you speak from a perspective that's like super valuable, and I'm really glad to have it.
It's not about me. This is really a luxury that you have, and that you have an obligation to exploit to protect the Jewish people, right? Because this is indeed. There's no line. A year ago, I was seriously considering leaving here. Now, I'm terrified of leaving. And because people are not going to come up to me and say, I've heard you're an Israeli. Where do you stand politically? There's a lot of hate for Jews and for Israelis, and more. And nobody is blaming that hate as much as Zionism. And literally the state of Israel and every narrative that it throws out there. It doesn't help that they've recently started pushing Islamophobia. And you guys in the diaspora are like literally, you can save the reputation of the Jewish people. I'm trying as much as I can, but I'm more focused on stopping the genocide. But you can have the luxury of protecting the Jewish people. I need to stop the genocide. 80% stop the genocide, 20% save the reputation of Jewish people. For you guys, it might be the other way around.
Well put. They're different wars, for sure. So I don't know if we can deliver on a Kahani supporter. And what did he say? What do you call us? A lefty, self-hating Jew. I don't know if we can find one of those.
Lefty, self-hating Jew.
But we can try. We'll try. We'll try to represent all the sides.
Did you just snore?
Just to be clear, I'm not a lefty. I am a proud anti-Zionist.
Yeah. And I'm not a self-hating Jew.
Did you just snore?
Yeah, because he called it. I love the typecasting over here. Hey, Shapeshifter, how are you? We're having a conversation about when it's okay to compare things to the Holocaust or weaponize the Holocaust and when it's not okay.
Okay, so we've heard the slurp. We've heard the snort. We've heard the burp. All we need to hear is the farts.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Those are really cute, by the way.
Did you read Daniel, did you read the article?
I'm about to start, actually. I have to do just something.
Okay. Let me know when
Do you know that an article that came out by Amos Goldberg and Tanya Blackman, I think it's like end of 2024, and the opening line was, it might not be Auschwitz, but it's crime of the same family, the crime of genocide. Sorry, Gaza might not look like Auschwitz, but it's a crime of the same family, the family of genocide. And they go on to explain it, but.
Can you post in the chat? Or I can look for
sure I can find it. It was in Alex, Amos Goldberg.
The particular rule to be universally applied or not, because there are a lot of things that, in my opinion, are descriptive, but the church calls them prescriptive, and vice versa. So I think it all depends on what you want to do with that verse that you call it.
Tell you, as much as I love our veterans, I get PTSD every time I go. And I went there with them this morning for breakfast. And that kind of drug me down.
Yeah, I stayed up too late last night. Shit.
Sorry. I found it. It's called, I'm going to put it in the chat. And that's the real, like, no two genocides look the same. That's not the point, you know? You can acknowledge that no two genocides look the same and acknowledge that there's different factors and still see the Holocaust as instructive and useful to prevent and a warning.
I got did a great job by positing that. Like, he showed the uniqueness of it. At the same time, like, he showed how reductionist one can be.
Yeah.
I think he posited really well.
And that's why I wanted to hear more from him, because like his people experienced genocide too. Igor, can you come back up? Because I think we're talking about yeah.
Hello?
Your opinion was really valid. I want to zoom out and compare it to other
Hello?
people experience it and their sensitivities about the comparison.
Hello?
Like, how do you see the death of your relatives as useful for or how do you make it meaningful? I don't know. I'm curious to what extent people are willing.
My position, that's why I was against all the crimes that we did in the 90s, right? So I don't think that the justification of my people suffering justify killing others. So I don't have a problem with the war per se, army against army, but like the civilians, women, kids, I'm against that. But like I said, I actually have a problem when we starting comparing some like very horrible crimes like the Holocaust with some other genocide because we water it down, right? And I believe there is like we can compare genocide in Srebrenica with the Holocaust. Even it's a genocide, it's horrible, but I think it's unfair, So if you're trying to be intellectually honest, I'm kind of against that, like I said, and I lay out my reasons why I don't think it's positive, and also I don't think it's like if you was calling something Holocaust, how to say this in English, I believe that you kind of pushing a lot of people outside of point you want to make it, right?
Igor, can I say something?
Yeah, after
you finish. No, it's fine. I'm a little bit troubling because I'm trying to translate in English, so I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
But like if you, go on.
For a long time, I had a lot of reservation of referring a lot of people started to use the word Holocaust in reference to Gaza, and I didn't like it. I was against it, and it made me feel uncomfortable. And there was a single explanation that I always gave, that the Holocaust industrialized death. And as much as Gaza was a genocide, there was no industrialization. That is until they started doing the General's Plan and the Gaza Humanitarian Fund and those death traps. That was engineered. Somebody sat down, somebody wrote a plan, somebody executed the plan. That to me was the benchmark. Once you industrialize the murder, once you industrialize and the GHF, for example, exploited people's basic needs for food in order to exterminate them and gun them down like fish in a barrel. That was a full-on industrialization of murder.
Yeah.
And that's when I started using the word.
Yeah, I understand your point, but like, for example, you will not call the Holocaust of the Serbs in Ukraine Croatia, where
I don't know enough about it.
So let him speak.
yeah, let me tell you. So basically, you had a plan from the Nazi Croatians who wanted to 1/3 of Serbs to be killed, 1/3 to be ethnically cleansed, and 1/3 to change their religion in Catholicism. So the name was the plan was from the Buddha. So it doesn't matter. I don't want to go to details.
Will the moderators allow me to engage? Because I know Serbian.
Let me finish, Scoop. Yeah, let me finish, Scoop.
Yes, wait your turn.
Yeah, so point I'm making, like after World War II, we collectively agreed that Holocaust is a Jewish suffering, right? And I think should be left. I don't mind that we can like call them different things like genocide, ethnic cleansing, whatever the legal term we want to use it, right? But I think it's like reductive, like who said, Nargis said,
Yeah.
right? That we're using like a broad brush on every crime. And what you describe happen in other genocide, right? But we still don't have that hate that Nazi had toward the Druze, right?
Okay.
That's why I'm making the distinction. Okay, sorry.
So I want to make a point. So I think Emrose and I are coming from Israelis and Jews.
You muted.
Sorry, we don't see it through the Serbian genocide. We see it through our own genocide, of course, right? And so I think it's natural that we would compare it to the Holocaust just because that was our historical trauma, and this is now perpetuated by our people. I think that's why that's why we made that link. And also to Emrose's point, I always saw industrialization in sort of the AI munition system. They created new technologies, just like the Nazis created the concentration camps and then the gas chambers in order to sort of take the fingerprints off the killing, because the Nazis were coming back with PTSD from shooting kids in the head while they're screaming. So they said, what can we do so they don't have to see the death, right? They can just push a button. And this is similar, this is even more hands-off when they're just using an AI-generated targets and like drones, so there's literally no fingerprints and no one feels culpability for the mass deaths that are happening. To me, I see that sort of invention of new AI technologies and machines to do the killing is another form of industrialization, an industrialized killing that detaches the killer from the
It seems making like we see atrocities and comparing them to the Holocaust doesn't seem to be problematic. The problem, I think, that becomes really insensitive is when we say like a Holocaust, this is a Holocaust, rather than comparing it to the Holocaust. That's where I think that there's a level of insensitivity that is happening unawaredly. Am I saying that word correctly? And I'm now aware of it. Like this is very educational for me to note the difference, right? There is a true difference, like saying, insert whatever atrocity is a Holocaust. You're really kind of negating the actual Holocaust by dropping the Holocaust, like saying this is like the Holocaust in these ways, but instead you're saying a Holocaust, which is like really in a kind of way making what should be the title of an event, minimizing it. Like it breaks it down.
It's not singular. It's a singular event, and now you're making it like just it dilutes it.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah,
Wait, I want to hear from Igor. Yeah, go ahead.
So would you like say that all slavery is the same, right? That is the distinction that I'm making, right? So that's a question for you. Would you say that every slavery, even they have
I made that point earlier, Igor.
No, I understand. But if we're making the point that we can call everything Holocaust, that I disagree, then could we call like all slavery, Arab slavery, slavery in Ottoman Empire, Roman Empire slavery, chattel slavery, is all the same or not? Or we can make distinctions? That is my angle. I'm coming from my perspective.
Of course we should make distinctions. No two slaveries are the same, but that doesn't mean we can't talk generally, broadly about slavery and try to prevent, because we must talk broadly about it as a theme and understand the common threads, right? In order to oppose it.
Like there's a difference between saying like you know, I was at work or like I was in this event and they treated me like a slave, right? That could be so offensive. But if we're saying, like in the slave trade, when they did ... they're doing ... there's a less, we can distinct the
Okay, so we're talking about, let's say human trafficking. Let's say Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
Would you compare that to slavery because he's trafficking
So
women?
like if you say you know the people that you know were human trafficked were like you know the slaves in America, right? Like that could probably be offensive. But if you say something like, for example, this isn't the way it was, but it's a quick example. People were bought and sold like they were in the slave trade. They were bought and sold also. Like to make it like distinct comparison is one thing, but to like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like if
You want to be as specific as possible about the criteria, so you're not lumping in or generalizing about the experiences.
Yeah, like for example, I use something a comparison often, right, to show that brutalized people do brutal things. And I talk about how the abolitionists were asked, do you condone the slave rebellion? Like the slaves turn on their slave masters and killed a whole bunch of people. Do you condone that? And I'm like, no. Like we don't condone that, but we told you this would happen. We told you.
We told you this would happen.
Awfully. In other examples, hold on a second. To show that, like, listen, when you brutalize people, we're not saying that we condone something, but we're saying that this is an inevitability of what happens to brutalized people at some point. That they also can return brutality for brutality.
Right. I think that's a good point in a way. I understand the point you're trying to make, and I think that it's something that me and Emrose were making too when we were trying to say to Igor, like what we see, like when we point out a specific aspect of the war, which we say reminds us of the way the Holocaust unfolded, because we as Jews are very versed in the Holocaust, and it's so much a part of our narrative and the prism through which we see the world. And so she took one of the aspects of the war and saw industrialized killing, I saw another aspect of the war and recognized industrialized killing. And the reason we recognize it is because the Holocaust has so shaped our psyche and the way we see the world.
Boss, you should teach me that. I bet everybody down there saw. I'm probably blinded by how shiny you are.
Focus. I have a couple of questions.
Mostly on how cold my knees are.
Is in this conflict, what's the idea of debating about how to call it 50% it's a genocide?
I think we're talking about whether or not we can compare this genocide to the Holocaust, because
See what I'm saying? The colors out here. Yeah, it is worse. It is worse than the Holocaust, and I know this cannot upset a lot of people, but I don't think the Holocaust will broadcast it in 4K on TikTok that you guys have been seeing live every morning. I don't did anything about it. A lot of the war.
Just flipping channels on Friday night.
It was too late.
excellent.
Now we'd like to invite John Kitover to say a few words.
TV on your phone, it's like shit about it. So it is worse. Why? Because you say about these people
The only evening class
that you're shitty genocidal supporters. You were looking at it and you did not do shit about it. So
That's right.
Who did not say shit about it cannot fucking tell people what to say about it. For me, it is worse than the Holocaust. It's not about the numbers because
You made your point. You made your point.
the Belgians killed way more Africans than Jews. So it's not about the number.
Okay, so Benny, just to thread everything together, that is precisely the point we're making, that it's not an apples to apples comparison. In some aspects it's worse. In some aspects, people might say, it's no two genocides are alike, and that the situations are different, and there are different aspects. Some parts are more horrific, some parts people say, oh, but it was provoked or whatever, stuff like that. No two genocides are alike. That doesn't mean you can't compare specific characteristics to the Holocaust. Like it's just the question of whether the Holocaust is something sacred that can never be invoked, right? And that's something that some Jews feel that it's sacred, it can never be invoked. Yes.
I gotta push back on it's worse. I had a more nuanced thing to say, but I just really reject the notion that it's worse.
It's one characteristic that's worse, right?
Yeah, I just think that I I just think that tempting to tiptoe to the areas that are worse is so unproductive.
I don't care what you feel about it. I want to
Let him
show
finish his point.
Yeah. Just relax.
I am very relaxed.
So, no, just relax. So, if Hitler was the prime minister of Israel and he wanted to kill the Palestinians, what he would have done was round up all the Arab Israelis and gas them.
He's doing it already.
He's
doing it.
This kind of very...
No, he's doing
We gotta
it.
do one at a time.
What's the next?
One at a time, please.
This very, very, very confused thinking. Starting to talk about what's happening is worse. Is very confused and unproductive for...
You're early, what's behind your back?
No, don't tell the fucking Palestinians what to think. Focus on yourself.
Just relax, man.
No, I'm not gonna fucking... No, dude,
Just
listen.
relax.
You can talk about you guys as Jewish, what you think.
Shape, hold on. Shape, can I say?
I'd like to finish my
No,
point.
just a second.
We're gonna let him finish his point. Shape is gonna land. He's gonna land.
I'd like to finish my point. Everybody relax. What is clearly happening is Netanyahu is trying to silently erase the Palestinians. And so we need to recognize his techniques for what they are. Okay? We need to condemn those techniques because he's, to some degree, getting away with it. If we sit here making parallels to Hitler that use completely different techniques, we've lost the plot and we'll lose people around us. We need to be smarter about it.
Okay, are you done? I will answer.
That was a
No,
good
I
one.
will answer. No, I will answer that shit. So what this guy is trying to tell you that we need to wait for Netanyahu to these gas chambers. Why? Because Hitler, if you did not stop him, he would not do it. So Netanyahu was letting the crime over inside of Israel, kill Arab Israelis, or you, whatever you want to call them, did every day between 2 to 3 people being killed. Yeah, that's not enough. So he's preparing it, but by what's his name, Shape, wait up for the gas chambers, then you can start. No, it is worse for the Palestinians. It's way worse than the Holocaust. And you can say, hey, I don't like it, but don't fucking tell the Palestinians what to do. Because for a mother that lost her kid inside of Gaza, it's way worse than the 6 million Jews who were killed. Just like for one Israeli mother that her kid, just a second, I don't mean just like for one Israeli mother that she lost her kid, it's way worse than all of the 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. Okay? So keep your fucking advice for yourself. Don't advise Palestinians.
Hey, respect yourself.
I will be relaxed.
Respect yourself.
Shut the fuck up.
Shape, can I say something? Shape, give me a second. Ignore. I think. Shape, I want to explain something. One of the things that to me is the most terrifying of this entire situation, and I think it's something that we all need to acknowledge. The narrative of never again was something the Jews claimed to, right? Because the Holocaust, whether you like it or not, it was very hard to know what was happening, right? The Nazis even had like a model concentration camp that had fences and theaters and coffee shops, so it all looked cool. They would bring European journalists there to see the Jews are from. The US had satellite images and put it all over the plaster, but what we should all be terrified actually is that this is a Holocaust in 4K and the world is silent, which means it can happen to anyone. Unfortunately, the Palestinians are a victim, but if the world in 2025 is capable of watching a Holocaust live and doing nothing,
Holocaust live!
one aspect of this that is far, far worse and more terrifying.
Alright, so it's not like I don't know about this like oppression Olympics. I think both of you are right, and I think Benioff is right and Shape is right in that there are aspects of this that were like the Gazan genocide was broadcast in 4K and we did all see it and no one was able to stop it, right? And at the same time, there is ethnic cleansing that is a little bit more insidious. It is. And it is being conducted in ways that are like using norms. You're using mechanisms that don't raise alarms, that don't make the headlines. So both things can be true at once.
Yeah, but I don't like the idea that when someone wanna tell people not to say anything about it, but yet he does not understand what's special about the Holocaust.
Does he say not to say anything?
No, Buttercup, just say Buttercup, you and Imrose, you both know what's special about the Holocaust. Like if I ask you, you say turn it into an industry. Now this guy doesn't know what mean turning a killing into industry, so he cannot say that. But once you understand the part of it, if you turn that, maybe if you shut the fuck up, you start understanding. So when you try to understand that what Israel have been doing, turning the killing south of Gaza into industry, meaning optimizing using AI, optimizing using all these technologies, using drone, that kind of put it in the same bucket. Now add another element into it. Do you need how many people were killed in 1 year in south of Gaza? Okay? Look at these numbers. Then go and look at what I'm like. If I want to compare, because it's my people, so I get to fucking compare. Now we'll go look at. Did the people know about it? Did the people here wake up every fucking morning, look into their TikTok or into their YouTube or into their X account, and they saw Basim being burned alive? Burned alive. Yes, we all did that on 4K. What did the community do? Nothing. The community that's supposed to came up with these rules that to prevent the genocide. So it is worse. Why? Because it happened after you knew about it, that it could happen, and you swear that it will not happen. قص اختك.
ليك انت بتحترم حالك يعني
بنيك امك يا لبنان.
انت
Hey, stop cursing, guys. We all know the Arabic.
عن جد عيب شو عليك, man. I'm not gonna curse him because I was raised with better standards. And I respect the upbringing that I've gone through. And you know, if his parents were listening to him, you know, they would be ashamed of him.
Yes,
so,
brother.
So anyway, what he said was didn't really make a lot of sense. He's just holding on to his point, using his fixed mindset. And, you know, to say that nobody did anything about the crimes that were committed by Israel is not true. You can make an argument and say, well, you know, the Arab countries should have done X and they should have done Y and they should have done Z. Those are fair arguments.
The word justified it. What are you talking about?
To say I'm talking, and if you listen, you understand. To say that nobody did anything.
Nobody did anything.
Is you know, it's just not true.
No, who did? Give me a fucking example. Who tried to stop it and did stop it? No. So shut the fuck up. If no one stopped it and you all watched,
okay.
Shut the fuck up.
What would you have liked to see?
No, what I'd like to see, like seriously, any action that would stop it.
Like what?
Well, what do you mean? Like what?
Who's asking?
Who's asking? Who's asking?
Name an action.
No, action from who? From the U.S. or from the Arab countries?
Would you like to see the U.S.
military embargo. Military embargo from the U.S. Arab countries cutting sanction and they forcing Israel into letting food and aid into, right? Not kind of sitting with them in some. There are 100 ways. And you know what? If Egypt would kind of close the Suez Canal for a few days. There's so many shit, man. If you don't know, shut the fuck up. Like, why do you have to open your...
Alright, this is not productive anymore, guys. Guys, this is not productive anymore.
I'm trying to dump shit for this guy.
Alright, guys, I think we're talking past each other. Alright, Bugs, speak up. Bugs, it's your turn.
You know, Buttercup, this is a wonderful room, but there's just groupthink. The's just denouncing. How come you don't have any kahanists on your stage? It would make the room more interesting.
Are you the same guy from before?
Yeah.
Who's yelling about the kahanis?
Yeah.
Alright, you know what? You're the one who's here because you're annoying. If you have nothing to add to the conversation, kindly remove yourself.
Yeah, and if you think you can do it better, then go open your own room and do it.
I'm sorry, I have to say something. But respectfully, Shay, we have been trying to do something. Since February 2024, I've known every single detail there is to know about Gaza, and I know exactly who did what, when, how, which country, world shape. The whole world was watching. The whole world. At best, they were ignoring it or throwing a condemnation here or there. At worst, they were justifying and arming the genocide. And we need to understand that the world is watching a Holocaust live 2 years. The world watched babies freeze to death and did fucking nothing. We should all be terrified. This was always the concept was okay, the Jewish Holocaust happened, but the world understood how bad that is, and no one is ever going to let that happen again. We should all be terrified. Terrified. If it happened to the Palestinians,
Question
anyone did it.
for you, Rosa Matarka. Can you tell me about all the ways that Jews were killed in the Holocaust?
Yes.
Like what were the most common ways?
Gas chambers and fire pits.
Okay. Did it happen in Gaza? Literally, Gaza, the genocide in Gaza was the first genocide that humans were killed in every way. They were killed when they tried to get aid. They were drowned. They were burned twice. They were bombed in hospital.
All them by the quadcopters.
After they injured, they literally tried everything in the book about how to kill Palestinians. Every way was they tried. People died when they were trying to get food.
Do you realize
People
that
drowned? But no. This Lebanese knows better. Go ahead.
they're using footage from Gaza in commercials for the military industry? Do you understand how fucking sinister that? Imagine like one of their like first points in time that you remember. I remember when we started hearing about the drones, like the quadcopters that could throw bombs and shoot at people. So it's okay, people are going too far. Like let's not go overboard. This is not like a B-grade disaster Hollywood movie. And then the videos started coming out. And for fuck's sake, Gaza, there's nowhere to go. A quadcopter can appear out of anywhere in your bedroom window. You could hear a child. There was a time where they used to play a crying child through the quadcopter to attract people outside. They used quadcopters to herd women and children like animals. For 2.5 years, these people are living in a fucking dystopian movie. So, yeah, there were no gas chambers, but the whole world is watching a dystopian movie happen, the Hunger Games in real life and doing nothing shape.
I've never heard Shape really minimize the severity of the genocide in Gaza. I've never even heard him not say it.
I'm not minimizing it, yeah. I mean, do I sound like I'm minimizing it?
I think that you guys are getting hung up on whether or not it's fair to do a comparison.
No, he said
defeat
don't
the
say
purpose.
it's war, it's not productive. He doesn't know shit if he
Yeah,
And it's a fair point, though. Is it constructive? If you're trying to make a point, if you're trying to get an outcome,
I don't know why
is this going to get you your outcome? Listen, as someone who's Jewish family, when I say the word Holocaust, they get very provoked and it turns out
Maybe
Hold on, just a second.
I get it.
Provoke you.
I get it, and that's why I use the word, but it is hurtful and it does
to
show.
be shaken. Every Jew, were you anti-Zionist or Zionist, want to shake your core, right? Because all this is happening in your name. If this is happening in my name, let's say ISIS is now committing genocide, and that it is on me to come out and speak. And they should use literally every vocabulary in the book to shake all these Muslims to wake up and say, no, stop it. So, no, I want to say it is worse. And if anyone want to tell him, he need to listen to the facts that why it is worse. Because it was streamed on 4K. Because they tried literally every way of killing Palestinians.
That is a really good point. I think there is room for all the people who condemn the genocide and want it to end. Listen, anyone who condemns the genocide and wants to end, there is room for different approaches to move hearts and minds, okay? And there's always going to be a spectrum of approaches, and all of those approaches can be defended and criticized, okay?
Here's Benny's logical flaw that he doesn't understand, okay? What he thinks is the whole world is Palestinian, right? And he's stuck inside his own mind, which is difficult when obviously you're going through such atrocities. If you were to go to say to the whole world, and your message is what's happened in the Holocaust, you're going to get tuned out. You're just going to lose people.
Oh
You
yeah.
and I, we want the same thing.
No, we don't.
I want a free, strong Palestinian state.
Okay.
From the bottom of my heart. And Benny, hold on. Let me finish. And I've had Palestinian militias murder my family.
Yeah, I know.
You understand me? You understand me?
Yeah, I know it.
And I've done nothing but defend the Palestinians.
Sure,
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Okay.
when you go out, just be quiet, settle down. When you go out with this kind of narrative, you're gonna lose 95% of the people.
Which people?
Okay? It's gonna get you. It's gonna non-Palestinians. It's going to get you nowhere.
Okay.
And if you think it's going to get you somewhere, I hope you get it done because it's not working.
Thank you, God. I will answer. Just a second. Can I answer him? He directed.
Listen to your mod.
Shapeshifter, I disagree with you. I just listened to Bonnie Olive give his, commentary, and it was very, very emotionally provoking. Like when he said this is worse than the Holocaust, I'm already taking in my frame of mind that this is what they're experiencing in real time for his friends, his family, people he knows. And so when he says this is worse than a Holocaust, especially because if he experienced it, my ears open because I'm like, how could this be worse than a Holocaust? Or a B Holocaust, I should say. And then when he says, like, our people are being killed every single possible way that you could be killed other than just gassing. Now, like, I'm like a buttercup. I don't believe in oppression Olympics. This was worse. But the thing I'm saying is exactly how he put it was enough to pull on anyone's heartstrings. And if it didn't pull on yours, you have a heart problem. So there you go.
I want to answer one thing.
But I think if you learn a little bit about the Holocaust, you understand why people hear when you say yes, it's that aspect is horrific, and it indicts all of us.
I learned about the Holocaust. You know why? Because I live inside of Israel, and I have to go through the Israeli education system. So I learned about the Holocaust, and I wanted to say something. So he's saying, kind of argument is, listen, this does not really help you because people will stop listening. If my words are the one that gonna cause people to stop listening, meanwhile, they saw a kid burning alive when he was connected to an IV machine, and that did not wake them up. Remember the kid without the head that you woke up one morning and you saw? If that did not wake you up, you can go fuck yourself because my words will never wake you up. I wanna shake your core. I don't really care about these kind of people who did not care when kids were killed every day. There's some kids inside of Gaza, they died from heart attack, not from a bomb. They died because the bomb fell very close and they thought they were dead. So that happened a lot. So literally every way we were killed and people did not care. So my words do not fucking matter. Unless I want to shake your core. I want you to be stupid. The genocide might be kind of at the end. Let's say we're reaching the end of it. Maybe soon there will be some kind of force, hopefully, whatever. But there should be a scratch on everyone, right? A wound in each one who lived through this genocide and they didn't do shit about it. You all literally need to know that between 2023, 2024, 2025, they were killed. Genocide every day is streamed and you did not do shit about it. You guys cannot do shit about it, meaning bring us anything at this stage is too late. I don't care about you siding with us.
Question, Bennett. Question. So you make a very good point that the fact that we all saw it live and there was no question about what was happening and we didn't stop it, it is an indictment on all of us, the West, all of us as a society, every single person is called.
I agree.
I'm not doing that. However, when you say what happened in Gaza is worse than the Holocaust, you wouldn't say wholesale because since you read about the Holocaust, you know about the rooms and rooms of children's shoes and the mass graves and all this shit, right? So you wouldn't say wholesale, you wouldn't compare the two tragedies, as tragic as it is, but you saying this particular aspect of it is worse than the Holocaust, which we didn't even know and people were in denial about, right?
I told you, for one Israeli mother, that her kid was killed, for her, that death is worse than the Holocaust. I said that, I do understand that. But
it's a subjective judgment.
But I want to compare the time of the Holocaust where the people did not have access to the information. And I'm gonna have I'm gonna give credit. People didn't know, right? People really didn't know that it was happening. Meanwhile, we know this is happening, and it's slow and streamed. And what does it say about the world? What does it say about people living here and watching every day? What does it say about them? That they lost their humanity and we watched it? What, like, seriously, what does it say about the people? Israelis are the filth of the earth. Israelis are the most criminal society on this earth.
Projection.
North Korea, right?
Projection
because they
alert.
liberal, but they want to do the worst. But what does it say
Projection
about the
alert.
rest of the
Projection
and yet
alert.
They act like, oh, we are with you, we support you, right? We support the LGBTQ, we support the please, I don't know, whatever. What does it say about the world? It's the worst. They are double-faced because they knew and they didn't do shit about it.
Are you guys not getting what he's doing? I think quite obviously, like, this can't be broken down in like a comparative analysis or like a logical syllogism. He's saying, fucking look at us. That's all he's saying. Our pain was great, and no one stood up. People forgot. It's greater than what you think and what you assign as a benchmark. That's all he's saying.
No, Jays! Oh man, she's one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. Something's wrong with that one. That brain does not work anymore. Sorry, Narjas. That's not what he was saying. You just summed up his propaganda. Focus on me. All communication is hypnosis. The attention. Hello? The attention
I think
economy.
this exemplifies the question, right? It's like where things start to get touchy when you make a comparison. And it's why it's always such a sticky thing. But sometimes it's useful to make comparisons, but you're always going to run into these sticky sort of.
Yeah, and I know how you're feeling about this, Buttercup, and
But it's intended to.
I mean, there's no question
for us
that.
to be moved.
No, but there's no question that the Holocaust scale was like exponentially worse than what happened in Gaza so far, right? There's no question. And like to say it's equivalence is like even obviously someone who's very critical of Israel.
She opened up a can of worms and now she can't put it back in.
But
Yeah.
He's providing
the shock value. Okay, I don't think I'm not going to use the term shock value because it's more meaningful than this. Okay, the issue is you have to think about the world as a bell curve. Okay, and there's people on the polarities. The message to grab the people in the middle is not the shock message. It's not going to work.
There is no middle.
It'll resonate with people that have an affinity.
There is a middle, you stupid bitch. There's always a middle.
Okay. You can't just
it's called statistics. Hello.
Okay, the Arabs have ignored the Palestinians.
Do you think
the rest of the world is ignoring them? It's not because there's no shortage of people screaming Holocaust.
Let me ask you something before you continue to crush my narrative and reframe my narrative. I must regain control of the frame.
It gets us nowhere.
Hello?
Okay, if you want to keep repeating the same thing, expect a different result.
Bonnie, that's a good point. Because
but I want to ask about the middle.
Literally almost every atrocity that's happening, people are saying it's a Holocaust, and if you examine it a little bit more closely, it's not. So what do you think about that? That's a great. Go ahead.
No, but I don't go and tell, I don't know, let's say I'm not going to speak to the Jordanians or Egyptians and tell them it's a Holocaust.
Hello?
It's a different kind of terminology. But when I'm speaking with Jewish around the
Hello?
Zionists,
Be sure to hit the like button now and subscribe now before it's too late. You just gotta hit subscribe now. Hello?
Now, that middle that he speaks about that they cannot capture.
Hello?
But that middle cares about the Holocaust.
Hello?
Does not really care about
Alex Maruri, subscribe now.
There's no middle in this country.
Now subscribe. Now subscribe.
Anti-genocide.
So the middle does not really exist because you cannot be in the middle.
You cannot be in the middle. It does not exist. It is a concept better than any other concept.
So if you were there, you're technically an Israeli pro-genocide. And that you cannot capture. I don't want to capture you. I want to force you into stopping. I want to put sanctions on you. I want to sanction you the fuck out until you cannot do the genocide anymore. That's what I want to do to you.
Me too.
Me too.
Me three.
Me three.
Yes. To be clear, if Israel is sanctioned, everybody that lives there is going to suffer. That includes us. But please, sanction everything as much as you can.
Buy a coat also, buy a coat. We buy a coat here in Norway. All the settlers, we buy a coat them. We kick them out from all the shops.
Yeah, I want to address Mark. Mark, you can't sort of again dissect this and show comparisons and the hyperbole here is that you're seeing is surely coming across as perhaps hatred, Mark, Grant, and I respect you a lot. But all in all, it's an expression of pain. You're not seeing us. You never saw us. You did nothing for us. You let an entire race of people just very gradually and quickly sometimes exterminate in front of our eyes while we watched it on our phones. That's what is.
From the deep of my heart, I love you. I love you, Nargis. From the deep of my heart.
Buttercup, help me out. There was a famous Holocaust. I can't believe I forgot it. The name evades me. Famous Holocaust survivor, white hair. Help me out.
White hair? I assume they all have white hair.
No. Oh god.
Any other defining characteristics besides white hair?
Okay. Well, he has a quote.
Albert Einstein?
No.
Can you give us more particulars?
I'm going.
Help me out.
It just stuck on me.
Circumstance.
Hold on. He said.
Please.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. He said that the other side of the coin of love is apathy, not hate, and apathy is the most dangerous thing there is. And this is why you provoke. You use and yes, it's specifically, and I use it specifically with Jews and Israelis because there needs to be a response because otherwise it's normalized. People are very good at compartmentalizing and creating cognitive dissonance. We've seen it throughout the occupation. We cannot allow them to solidify the cognitive dissonance. They will not get to say we didn't know, but no, they will know. They will know, and either they do something or they don't.
I have a pushback to that thought. So go ahead, Mister. Go ahead, Fadal Habibi.
Go ahead, please.
Some of the language and the ideas, we know that all human beings are prone to getting polarized. Okay, so we know that we need to do a few things. The world needs to take more action and less words in terms of helping and stopping Israel from murdering Palestinians. We know this. We know to do this, we need more in numbers, more people that act. Okay? There's not any shortage of talking. There's a lot of talking, but there's no acting. Okay? The problem with the language that becomes extreme, which we've heard lots of, is it's polarizing.
Like Benny Hot Mike.
It's polarizing. How do you explain? How do you rationalize that with the apathy point? Okay, because you're making an interesting point around apathy and the danger of indifference. I understand. It's a good point, but you're ignoring in your point the danger of polarizing language. How do you address that?
Polarizing between who and who?
Well, to say all Israelis are X. Okay.
Yeah.
And try and get strength in numbers by saying what's happening is worse than the Holocaust. The average person listening to this, you know, you're not going to get people on side with this language. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's the way.
Yeah, can I say it?
Not really. That average person, just saying, someone answered, that average person is waiting for my words and the images that are coming out, the videos that are coming out, did not move them. So do you think his words, like requesting that the victim be a little bit polite when he speaks?
They're requesting the victim be polite. Well, do you want to be rude?
I'm reminded of a text message I wrote
Hello?
recently dug up where I'm messaging my sister before he
Hello?
panicking,
Hello?
trying to remind my family that if we don't acknowledge what's happening in Gaza as the horror that it really is, that's not a form of loving Israel. Like, when you love people, you tell them the hard truth. In fact, putting our heads in the sand and denying what's happening is the opposite of love. It's enabling.
Do you
right?
believe in abortion?
It's
a woman's
and
right.
what's going to
It's a
happen is
woman's
when
right
the
to
full
choose.
truth comes out and the dust settles, it's
Do you
going to
believe
be
in
that
forced
much more horrific
vaccination?
and that much more traumatic.
Obviously.
And so I'm always sending these like
Ooh,
impassioned,
girl.
touch hearts
Ooh,
articles,
girl.
being like, we have to confront the truth. It's not love to put our heads in the sand and lie to ourselves. And I was just like kind of fucked up actually. And eventually my family, I see my sister wrote me back, have I ever said anything in favor of the war? Have I ever said anything endorsing Netanyahu? Have I ever said anything to that effect? Why are you sending me this? And like, it was basically my cue to fuck off and like stop being so sanctimonious.
Yeah, basically.
And I think to
Hello?
Shapeshifter's point, that's kind of what happens. And I was speaking for
Hello?
my heart. I was saying, look at what we were, how we
Hello?
were raised, how we were educated, what our values are, and we're turning a blind eye with and like, they saw that as an affront. And basically said, stop sending me horrors articles. And I did. And I think to Shape's point, like, sure, I thought I was gonna, stir their soul somehow, and all I got was sort of a stone wall. And so I had to find another outlet, and now I'm fucking on the Clubhouse. So, I don't know. That's just, I wanted to share that anecdote because I started searching through my texts and remember that interaction and how, like, I not reached them, but I started to annoy them and affected my relationship with them.
I appreciate the share. The laugh emoji was a wrong emoji.
One thing Lonnie said, Shapeshifter.
It is a little funny, comical that I thought I was accomplishing something.
I think Shapeshifter's complaint wasn't necessarily that it's rude. Hold on, I have a.
Do you know what you accomplish, Buttercup? Sometime in a year, 5 years, 10 years, everybody will know exactly what happened. They have to ask themselves, what happened? What did I do? And when they try to say I didn't know, they didn't tell me, it's the media, you will tell them that I did tell you. And you will have, and then they will have to do their own soul searching. Because you did tell them. And they didn't listen. And that's what you did. And that will push them to save themselves and make sure they understand what happens. And not to repeat it again. And why it was so horrible. That's why it's important. And the safest way for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. You did something.
What did you do? You came on Clubhouse and talked for fucking 6 hours.
But if everybody held back evil by a step, we might actually hold it back. But most people are lazy and egotistical and narcissistic. But you are not. And that's the most important thing.
Thank you. It's so validating talking to Israelis. There was another earlier interaction I had during the height of the genocide where I reached out to this guy, Ori Goldberg, an Israeli political scientist who often comments very beautifully and poetically about the experience of living in a society that's sort of disintegrating into this like moral abyss and everyone around him is genocidal and sort of what that experience is like. He sort of documents the decay of his society. And so I wrote him a letter because I felt like so crazy that I'm like living in this reality that nobody recognized on Twitter. And he wrote me back the most beautiful thing ever. I don't know if you guys want me to read it.
Just experience with Oli. He always checks on me. He is in a very advanced cancer situation. Hopefully he'll get out of it. But and he's a wonderful, wonderful person. You should read it.
So I reached out and I said, I just want to pop in and say your Twitter feed makes me cry every day. I'm glad your surgery went okay. I'm sick of what's going on in the States. And he said, thank you. I said, at least in Israel, thank you for conveying a very beautiful truth. At least for Israeli Jews, it's not blasphemy to criticize Netanyahu. He goes, well, the criticism is often a cover for supporting his main policy, genocide, so I don't know which is worse. And then I wrote, I don't get it. We Ashkenazim are raised on image of emaciated children and ghettos and prisoners behind barbed wire, seared into our minds, and my family against our Lithuanian neighbors who turned a blind eye has somehow lasted for 4 generations. And yet, so when we look at the same images from Gaza, they don't see what I see. I feel like I'm causing pain to the people I love just for stating the obvious. My family consumes the news through Hasbara influencers, and who am I to rip away their comfort blanket when the truth is so much to bear? I tell myself I'm doing them a favor by speaking my mind because it will be worse when the smoke clears and the genocide charges start rolling out and they find out that the children of the Holocaust have caused another Holocaust, and they realize that they've been tying themselves into knots trying to justify it. But the reality is I'm probably reaching no one, just isolating myself and reinforcing their misguided beliefs, and there will never be a reckoning within the organized Jewish world about their role in funding and being apologists for the annihilation of the people. And he writes, he's literally made me cry, like I was so overwhelmed. I don't even know this guy. He says, I really wish I had something smart to say. I don't. I know the pain of which you speak. It is my pain as well. I've cut off a great majority of my social ties. I don't work in the profession I pursued my whole life. The feeling you describe, it is, as you say, not even a feeling. It is sensory data. You can't argue with what you see. And you see. If you tried to shut your eyes, even if you tried to avert your gaze, it would consume all your energy. This is about your survival as a coherent, meaningful human being. It isn't about a vain to die defending your chosen hallowed ground. You don't have a choice. You are yourself. The rapture will come. The whimper, rather.
The rapture will come!
And images will circulate and the lies will surface. And your family and all the others will squint for a while and agree reluctantly to take the bandages off their eyes. And they will begin to see. They won't apologize. But you will still be yourself when they squirm. And you will still be a force for good. That is my small comfort in this hour of wolves.
It is so
That shit is so funny.
that doesn't go with group think.
Oh man, this pity party is amazing.
Blows hits and criticism and hurt and accusations that a person that doesn't go with group think has to engage in. It's so tough. It really
Watch
is
and
tough.
learn. Every pot of coffee coming right up.
When it comes to the conflict of Iran, actually, I don't even need to use the word conflict.
Hello?
So I'll avoid it. But for
Hello?
for Iran,
Hit that like button and subscribe right now. Subscribe! Subscribe right now! Hello? Their freedom? I want freedom too! I want some more freedom! How do I get more freedom? Hello?
when the Iranian people see the
Hello?
Palestinians taking help from the Islamic Republic of Iran, they're like, fuck you, you scum, you pieces of shit, we hate you. And they say all this, they just throw up all this vile commentary. Now, on the flip side, the Iranian people, all they want is their freedom, just like the Palestinian. And guess whose help that they're reaching out for? Israeli. So what do the pro-Palis do? You fucking scum, you did that. And here we are, the people that are stuck in the middle who have reason outside of group think to understand, both these people are their freedom and they're utilizing any method of mechanism to see it. And instead of attacking the oppressed people of each group, right? Instead of attacking the oppressed people that are Palestinian, instead of attacking the Iranian people that want to be free. Bonnie, could you mute it? It kind of throws me off when I hear a little bit of background. I'm sorry, I'm ADHD. We don't stand with the people because we're narrow-minded and we go with groupthink and we go with whatever narrative that we're being fed. So you have these people and they hate each other on either side. This is amazing to me. My life is freaking amazing. For 2 years, I was trying to convince Iranians and other people that 30,000 children had been killed. Now I'm on the other end trying to convince pro-Pallies that over 30,000
Why do you need to convince them? Sorry, can I ask you something? Why do you need to convince the pro-Palestinians community?
The pro-Palestinians, because here's the thing.
Can they do something?
No, yeah. Oh,
they're
yeah.
useless. No, they're useless.
I know you think that because you haven't seen fruit.
No, I seen them in action. I think the pro-Palestinian community is not really okay. So I do understand what you're saying, but I want to do some correction.
But I wasn't done, and now I forgot the rest of it. It's okay. It was gonna be really good, but I don't even remember.
I believe it was going to be good.
Thank you.
It was gonna be epic and you ruined it.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with
Just
these
preparing a
Israelis. You know, they keep interrupting, like Emeralds and Benny. Is there something in Israel that doesn't let someone else
Funny
finish?
is
Funny.
Go ahead.
So the Palestinians did not really get help from Iran. The one who got help from Iran was Hamas. So even if you look at the Palestinian in Palestine, you're not gonna find one Iranian hospital. Like they did not build it. All that money was coming from to Iran, to Hamas, and mostly Qatar. So there's kind of an image that being sold to the Iranians who are being oppressed instead of Iran. We are in deep shit because we're standing with the Palestinians. No, sorry, you're not in deep shit because you're standing with the Palestinians. No, you're just oppressing and you're in deep shit because you're corrupt and you have all this kind of shit. So it's not relating. Are not really getting help from Iran. The help is getting.
Donnie, you're missing what I'm saying. These are the propaganda narrative that each side is given, and then they believe to hate other people. Like, I can't tell you how many times we had Zionist Persians come into a room and just say the most vile things. Okay, and now you need to go into the rooms of pro-Pallies and see what the hell they say towards Iran.
I know what they're saying, but they don't matter.
What doesn't matter are the people that are suffering on both sides. That's what doesn't matter.
No, the one who matter are the people who are suffering.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. When people have these different propagandas, they make the oppressed not matter and they stand against the oppressed. So right now, like in Amir's room, when he doesn't listen to the Iranian people and them saying, we're crying, there's a guy here. And he like thinks that everything is just a lie, that the Iranian people are, it's just Mossad propaganda, all this stuff. And,
is he Iranian?
No, he's not. He's a pro-Pali.
Okay, is he
Amir, what about Amir?
Amir Prince?
No, Amir.
Okay, so
that always run 24/7 for Palestine.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you're not Palestinian, if you're not Iranian, you don't really matter. Let me explain why. At the end of the day, those pro-Palestinian community, once they are infected, by the way. I really don't care, by the way, about October 7 woken up the pro-Palestinian community. If that community was asleep and they need to see blood to wake up, then they can fuck themselves. At the end of the day, they have zero influence. Zero influence because A, they could not stop the genocide. B, they just doing some money out of it. There's a lot of grifters in the pro-Palestinian community that they build careers out of this genocide. And the same thing on the other side. At the end of the day, who's going to decide when there's elections out of Palestine, when there's a free election, who's going to be in Iran? It's going to be the Iranians or the Palestinians. Now, if you look at the core inside of these people, put the propaganda aside, you go to ask the average Iranian, not the spaces or the Zionist Iranian who live in LA. That's the average Iranian. Who's anti-regime? He's anti-IRGC, but he just want to go with his day and they just want to put food on the table. So, like, people are dying in South Palestine, in Tel Aviv, and so on. Like, are you supporting that? He's not going to be. The same thing with you catch someone in the West Bank and you tell him about Iran, he's going to curse the IRGC because the IRGC are oppressing the people inside Gaza using their Hamas, right? So, at the end of the day, the pro-X, pro-Y, pro-whatever, they don't really matter. They don't. So why would I literally burn 400 calories in trying to explain to someone who's Zionist Iranian that, we are humans? You don't want to. Go fuck yourself. That's it. End of discussion. You came with a conclusion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay, great. I cannot change that. That means that you don't have any morals.
Yeah, but this is on both sides. Like it's just.
No, I know it is on both sides. No one attacked the pro-Palestinian community as much as me. Okay, so I know it is on both sides.
Why are you attacking a pro-Palestinian community? I'm trying to understand it.
Because the new trend in the pro-Palestinian community, they're pro-Hamas, they're not pro-Palestine.
How do you know they're pro-Hamas?
Because when I see their posts, I see they are pro-Hamas. They're very few.
So you see everyone's who is pro-Palestinians.
No, not everyone. The one I saw.
Okay, so then you're generalizing, right? No.
Yeah, I am generalizing right now
Okay,
on the grifters. I'm generalizing on the grifters with the loud voices.
Wednesday, let him finish his point.
I'm generalizing on the loud voices, that community. Okay? That community that think that Palestine is equal to Hamas. Okay? So if you're in that camp and you're very loud, this is all we hear. The pro-Palestinian community for Palestinians does not really matter. It's not, with all due respect.
Can I say something? Hold on. Before you do, I just want to point out the irony is, this is more so amongst like the Western pro-Palestinian communities that are, a lot of whom are not Palestinian or not even Arab, right? You actually love Palestinian, especially on the ground.
Yeah, I've had that same experience. I hate them also.
Yeah, it sounds like a video game.
This is also true for the diaspora of like the Iranians, right? All this is happening in the diaspora. This is what we're saying. These taking sides, a friend of my friend, enemy of my enemy, is like so black and white.
It's like soccer game. No, just
Yeah.
I support Real Madrid, you support Barcelona, and let's see who's going to play
Correct. And the people, exactly, Manny, the people themselves are being forgotten. What are the people? For God's sake.
So a big problem, you guys are aware of tribalism? So tribalism.
Just say, make your point really quick, or you're going to get.
Alright, I'll just leave. Go fuck yourself.
Bye.
Okay, toodles.
That was.
Bad relation.
Honestly, man, you're coming into a Middle Eastern space and asking if we know what tribalism is. Bitch, we're fucking right today.
He was a Middle Easterner.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, that was so good. That was so quick.
I already know the point that he was gonna make, and it's a bunch of shit because he wants to make this point that people care more about their tribes, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. We have one tribe that are the fucking Care Bears, and then you have another tribe that's a whole bunch of psychopaths. Which tribe?
If you put it like that, I'd rather be a psychopathic Care Bear.
I'm Sunshine Bear.
No, I'd rather be a Care Bear.
Yeah, I'm, Rainbow Care Bear.
That is Southern Care Bear.
Just make something bigger, man.
No, I have the Care Bear dad bod thing going, so.
But you get my drift, right? Like it's.
No, I understand.
I don't know. We'll take Buttercup, Nagus, and I will take donations for all the pain and suffering that we've incurred on this app. We'll send you our Cash App and Venmo. You can reimburse us for all the pain.
Wait. I think both of you, Nargis and Salamid, and Buttercup and Emeralds, because to be honest with you, the Jewish community are very disgusting to Buttercup and Emeralds, saying horrible things, disgusting, misogynist things. Oh my God!
Yeah, the Iranian community doesn't like us. You haven't heard the comments.
Wait. Hold on. Persian Jewish people too. We have our own particular brand of Zionism going on.
Are they
every
meeting?
side. Like at this point, everyone is mean.
That's what I'm saying. Completely, Taco included, Mazi included.
Oh,
We are not. We're getting it from everyone.
They are a bunch of vicious, insecure fucks.
Hey, what's up,
Curious.
Good, man. We had some Arab on Arab hate happening. You missed it.
Yeah, like they'll say things like, how's your dad, Sayla? Oh, bitch, I will fuck you up.
I'll come and find you in California.
See, this is why I have to talk to them the way I talk to them. Because they're animals. They're animals.
So I already are.
It's not just
So I
them,
just want to
Lindsay.
even add a little better.
I resent just saying it's them because at the end right now I have pro pellies. They can't see past the hand in front of their face, and they like attack Persians and Iranians, and they like, oh, it's all lies. It's all, but there's no difference in me. They are acting exactly how the Zionists were acting to us when we were trying to inform them about atrocities. Now we're trying to inform you about other atrocities, and you're doing exactly what they did to us when we were informing them about atrocities. So all these people, all of them, they only care about their own goals, agenda, and narrative. And unable to see past any of that, which I get it now. Like I totally get it, but I don't hold it against anyone anymore. I don't hold it against the Palestinians for trying to work with the Islamic Republic, and I don't hold it against the Iranians for trying to work with the Israelis because this whole world seems to be evil to me, and like, what are you gonna do?
Form of
At this point.
Once you understand that this whole world is evil, you're ready to become an Muslim.
That is correct, baby.
So sad.
That is correct. Like a not like okay.
Evangelizing, guys. It's gross.
I wanna address shapeshifters' point, and I think it was like misunderstood. And this is what Mark is saying, who I highly respect, right, in the chats. And I think it's true. He's saying like using provocative language shows like a disgusting like collective hate and sort of like false moral equivocation, right? So I understand what Mark and Shape are saying. They're saying like this doesn't help the narrative of the oppressed to sort of push through. Because all an onlooker is hearing is hate, hate, hate. This is worse than the Holocaust. This is worse than this and that. Like Manny quite like effectively put forth, right? So I also want you guys to sort of be objective and see the other side of the picture too.
I appreciate that, Nargis, and you said it much better than I did. The thing I will admit, as I'm kind of thinking through Benny's point, I think there is a place for this jarring language, and it can be effective. It's probably more situational than it is the norm. But the points he brought up in terms of when and how to use it, I think if you're situational with it, it can be effective. I'm not telling anybody how to feel. It's not my right to tell anybody how to
Because
feel.
he's saying it, you know? I feel like Jews can get away with it more than non-Jews. It's so funny, like, when Benny Olive said, described this live stream genocide and how it's worse than the Holocaust, I wasn't offended, but then when Sella repeated it, I was just like, Sella, what the fuck, you know? I think it's like, depends who's saying it. I think as Jews, we have a little bit more credibility to be like, invoke the Holocaust gratuitously, to make a point to the people we love because we urgently want it to stop. And then when non-Jews will say the same thing, sometimes I balk a little bit. Like I do react and be like, okay, first of all, have you seen the concentration camps? Have you seen the pile of shoes? Have you seen the mass deaths? Have you seen the pile of bodies? Like it makes me feel like worried that they don't know the scale of our suffering to think that you can compare.
But also on the other hand, it makes you think to yourself, like, why do you suppose nothing could be worse? Like, so when he says it, I'm objective, and I'm like, oh, how is it worse? And then when I listen, I understand what he's invoking. You understand what I mean?
I'm gonna give you an example. How I have conversation with Muslims, Arabs more specifically. We're getting to a world where artificial things are becoming more holier than the really important thing. Meaning, so the memory of the Holocaust is becoming more holier than the blood itself, right? So, for example, when I sit in front of one of those Muslim Brotherhood or when religious Salafis, Imros knows that the first thing I burn for them, I burn the Al-Aqsa. Like I tell them I want Al-Aqsa to be destroyed or given to the Israelis, and I'm gonna pay for the carpet for the new temple, because for me, blood of a Gazan is more holier than Al-Aqsa and Mecca and everything. So they get to that shock immediately. I want to break any kind of taboos in my conversation because the holiest thing is blood. And if you think, oh, a stone, sorry, Buttercup, like the shoes of the Holocaust, or that thing is more, no, they were talking about artificial shit. There's nothing cooler than the blood of a kid. So I bring Al-Aqsa into it. I bring Mecca. I got in so much trouble. Like, if you go listen to my recording about
Why you concentrate on kids?
Is that
All those old people, same like me. Hey man, you are a racist.
By the way, if you go back to religion, if you go back to religion, and God said it, that Kaaba can be destroyed stone by stone, it's still not. It's still better than the blood of a Muslim.
Don't make me cry, please. I am a man. I can't. Please. Love you, brother. Benny. Okay, go
Mr.
ahead. Go ahead.
Do you love Benny?
هذا شوي موضوع سامحه.
Allah shfik. Anyway, so I'm talking to Muslim, I'll just get the holiest thing for him, because sometimes we create holy things, but they're artificial. And if you go to the core of my belief as a Muslim, the Al-Aqsa, like Kaaba, should not be holier than blood. And the land itself, like the land of Palestine, is not holier than the Palestinians. Because a lot of Palestinian diaspora think that Palestine is just the land. No, it's not. You're missing the land. Why? Because you exist. But for some Palestinian who's living in the land, Palestine is the people. Like heaven without people, you cannot go into it, as we say in Arabic. So I just want to break that taboo for them, because sometimes they misunderstand their belief.
Fair enough. He's doing it on both sides. So, Mark, I did
That's a good
address your
point. It's
point.
about the way people talk to their own communities and their own families, which is different, tends to strike a different note, and we have a little more liberty to speak our minds and use provocative language than when we're talking to someone, when you're someone who's not familiar and doesn't have that intimacy, right?
Just want to tell Mark, because he wasn't here, I just want to address it again. Mark said provocative language is just euphemism for disgusting collectivist hatred and moral equivocation. Agreed, and it doesn't allow for progress to occur. Also addressed, Mark, for your sake, I'm repeating this again, Shapeshifter's view that this does not entail any kind of progress for the collective who is going through the suffering. So I was asking them to see both sides of the equation. And for those who tread the middle path, for those who do not belong, Stella, this goes out to you, Robert Frost, two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference.
And going on the path that's untraveled, like basically there's no path there, so you're gonna get cut up by the thorns and the stupid grass and the freaking snakes in the grass, because no one's ever gone on that path before. So you're gonna get your ass ate up by ants and mosquitoes.
Thank you for the tafsir. Thank you.
It did sound a little bit more appealing, though.
I just don't understand why the world has to be like this, and I grieve often. I just wish I could get over it. And I kind of am. I kind of am. Like, this is what the world is. Like, the world of politics is a dirty game, and people shake hands with devils, and there's nothing I can do to change it. That's how I'm starting to feel. I don't know if that's like a grim. I'm starting to think like people have to navigate. Like,
yeah, this world is run by the devil. Like, well, we know this. It is the evil who is willing to, commit atrocities, who's willing to bend the rules, who's willing to cheat. That's who wins. Like, that's just the reality.
I'm starting to actually understand original sin, to be honest. Like, human condition on one side, starting to see it's fucking innate within us to be this shit.
Nargis, you know.
At the same time, how great we are to overcome this. Go ahead.
Nargis, you know you need evil to understand good. You know this. That's sort of like your jam. You know this.
I wouldn't do this, but...
No, actually, that's true. Like, me, even though I was an atheist for, like, almost a decade and a half, I never had a problem with the problem of evil. Because how are you to understand good without evil?
How do you know what's light without dark? How do you know what's cold without hot?
But when the source of all of this is all good, Benny.
Okay, here's what we learned from the Jews at least learned from the Holocaust, that we are all evil, capable of evil, and we're all capable of good, okay? No one's inherently evil, contrary to Benny Goy's beliefs. No one's inherently evil, and none of us, and we're all capable. What the Holocaust teaches us, what the lesson of the Holocaust is that we all have the capacity for evil, and we have all the capacity to dehumanize the other, and it's a warning against the capacity of man to hate another man. And that's what makes us all human.
I blame Benny a little bit, Buttercup. Like, we slant evil. We really do, because it's kind of like you're a biological machine that's trying to survive. So that's an intrinsic weighting towards yourself.
Yeah,
Which is a slant towards evil. I'm not saying it's a huge slant. I'm just saying you're kind of tipping evil.
Yeah, just like you say that there's a little Nazi inside all of us. I would say like there's a little Pharisee inside all of us.
Who said that?
The same thing.
No one said that, man.
Buttercup said that earlier.
I was referring to your. Never mind. Your bigotry towards.
This was not what I was ago, but yeah, like I remember. It's true.
By the way, for Benny Goy, for Benny Goy, who's now a neo-Gnostic, I think he often forgets that when the source of it all is all good, Benny. Evil is really the absence of evil.
Like, he's not Christian anymore?
You're not Christian
Thank God.
Only on Tuesdays.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, you're not Christian anymore?
No, I talked to you about Gnosticism,
But Gnosticism. No, I heard it. But Gnosticism is a theory that reinforces his hatred of Jews. Most important.
Oh,
Are you serious?
Well, I wouldn't say
It
that.
does. It has to do with what was the thing called? The devil thing. What do you call that? Evil.
The demiurge.
The demiurge. The Jewish evil.
So as you would agree with me, the God of the Old Testament is a wicked God.
Yeah.
It's a
demiurge.
Yes.
So that's his
You
evil
said that.
system
You
that
said that
validates.
several times.
Guys, let me just tell you Benny's biography. Benny grew up a Muslim.
Oh, not this guy.
Oh, no, this kid, you don't even believe, you call yourself a Christian, you don't even believe Jesus.
I prayed for you.
We don't have to go down this road.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
I love you, but you're a hater and you're a bigot. And
I'm sorry, Buttercup, you said the same thing about the God of the Old Testament before I did.
I said
when you
fickle.
first got on
He's not a credible God.
Spring
He's a
is
foolish
good.
God. He's a petty, vengeful, spiteful God. But it's not makes him incredible. You actually think he's real. You think he's a real evil thing, and he's the root of all evil, and that's why he's evil. You somehow.
No, but you still
Benny basically.
evil traits to
Benny grew up pretty secular, like Muslim, Syrian, and then became an atheist, and then went on some spiritual journey. And of all the religions in the world, and all the strains of Christianity in the world, he settled on the one that is the most hateful, the most violent.
Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, Benny,